Alastor, the stream demon. Our subject today was a minor feature in our first ever The Vivziepop Hatedom is Cringe stream, but it was enough to make him think it was all about him. Well, this time he's getting his wish.
Okay, I had to do the bit at least once. I will probably be switching to the Alastor head. As you can see, we have
a brand new Alastor head that matches the design I've been drawing lately. Isn't that lovely?
This is turning into my Ben voice. Anyway, let's put on some music. Well, we can see the subject of our stream rather, on screen right now. Pink King. I don't know if any of you are new here, and the very first ever the Vivziepop Hatedom is Cringe stream, and yes, I just consider anyone who just bashes Vivziepop for very biased reasons that, you know, have something to do probably with who she is as a person. I shouldn't say the M word, because last time I put the fact that I think that most of the hate toward Vivziepop is misogyny in the description, and Pink King took exception to that, even though his video was at the very end of that stream, and I only reacted to it for 20 minutes, and the stream wasn't even about him, and I almost didn't even get to him, and he, like, mauled it forever. He made 2 cancel videos on me, participated in a 3rd cancel video with Blackish, who was recently terminated off of YouTube for putting anti-Semitism in his thumbnails, among other things. And then he called me Slime the Scrabble in his videos and altered my art and begged people for more subs than me. So I think laughing at his videos is not as bad as any of that. So, he's gonna get all the attention this time. We're gonna rewatch that first video and make sure I didn't miss anything. Because I came away from that video under the impression that for whatever reason he thinks Alastor should be like Omni-Man from Invincible. And I thought it might be funny to draw a little shitpost today of, Alastor doing the train scene to Pink King. I will get to your stuff soon, don't worry, Kaiser, don't worry. We always have the Kaiser fan art corner and the Wani dubs, if there are any, before we start the main event. I had to start with the Alastor bit, though. I had to, you know this. So anyway, yeah, I still don't want to show what I have for the pages on screen yet. So, also, I did do more of my Potionomics stuff. I'll just show that to you guys. Here's a good example of why redrawing, your art completely can be good for you sometimes. So this was this is the new illustration I drew after that stream, and this was the one I started with. So I think it's a vast improvement. I was mostly trying to feel out the character in the first one. So sometimes just drawing something over again right next to your first sketch can really help. So, I've been trying to figure out how I want to ink it, though, because I was like, do I want to do, like, my normal inking, or do I do more sketchy inking? I still do want to do, like, just a sheet of Potionomics fan art. Speaking of sheets, I did upload, the Spinel stuff I've been working on Tumblr today, too. So this is the last outfits I'm doing for now. A lot of people have, requested that these be stickers. So I think what I'm gonna do is I will set them up to be stickers on Fourth Wall tonight, and then either later tonight or tomorrow, I'll upload the art to my YouTube posts with a link to the new sticker sheets. So, because I have a Fourth Wall shop, if you didn't know. You can find it on my actual account. So I sell prints of various bits of my art. Yeah, she's thoughty here. We can't even call her floozy. She's straight up thoughty here. So, let's see. All I had for you guys. We have to do Kaiser's stuff now, of course. We have to do Kaiser's stuff now. So let me just get this all. I'm gonna close the Potionomics art for now. Yes, save it, please. I don't know what I changed. Oh, wait, I uncovered that one layer. Close this. You'll see that on Instagram and YouTube later. Here's all my references for the shitpost I'm drawing. I'll probably only upload this shitpost on YouTube. It's maybe a little mean. It's maybe a little mean. Oh, you're right, I should have had the buy my merch video, like, on call. I bet I can find it in our DMs, though, Kaiser. Before I get into the stuff you've sent me today, oh, it's not in our DMs. What the fuck? I can't find it. Whatever, send it to me and I'll play it on stream. Alright. And we have a joke here. Alright, I gotta talk to you about your drawing later. Not for me, for something else. You can join the Discord by becoming a channel member, Greg Charles, and if you link your Discord and your YouTube accounts via connections in Discord, it'll dump you right in the server, usually.
At I_talk_stuff sent a super chat. I made a new walk. She's a water nymph. Her name's Aqua.
Oh, neat. I feel like fantastical other mythological creatures besides elves and things are coming back in vogue now, which is good to see. Check suggestions. Is that where you put it? Okay. Okay. Oh, he has to show it to everybody, of course. There we go. We have to. Let me actually open this on. Alright, well. No, it makes me download it anyway. Whatever. Let me put it somewhere I can find it easily. Meanwhile, I'll bring up the comic you sent me first. We've been having a lot of NPC streamer stuff going on the stream lately. So tweet sounds. Oh yeah, that's my super chat sound. Tweet tweet. Ada. Oh wait, that's the second part. Yeah. Leave me alone. I did it backwards. I'm sorry.
Sent a super chat. The last misogyny video has been getting clipped on TikTok. For my own mental sanity, I had to block those accounts and not look at the comments. Lamau.
my version of it, Erotica's version.
At Jessel sent a super chat.
Here we go.
My taxes came in tax. Also dance, dance. Ara.
Ara, mama. So yes, I'll do that if you super chat me for it. That's the agreement we've come to. Anyway, let me start over. So I'm like, leave me alone! Tweet, tweet, and Kaiser has been on me for, not watching the new Caveman Manon trailer yet for their new game, which is also about a dinosaur girl, only this one is a lot thoughtier. I don't know what her deal is. You'll never understand our pain. You're right, I apologize. I don't know what the fuck she's gonna sound like. Obviously, everyone's gonna make me play their new game. So, we'll probably watch, the trailer for it on, one of the just normal art streams. So, my friend has been wanting me to watch the Fallout show with them. We gotta find a time for that.
At Sparkstorm5517 sent a super chat. Died to the Archdemon 4 times tax.
4 times? Wow. I thought at first you meant you, like, sacrificed yourself, which is one of the endings, but... Okay, let me finally... We have to play the other thing Kaiser wanted me to play. Buy my merch! 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 So yes, Kaiser made that for me when I launched my merch. If you don't know what the reference is.
Buy my book! Buy my book! Buy my book! Buy my book! Buy my book!
Critic was ahead of its time, man. Very underrated series.
At Hikaru9624 sent a super chat. Breaking my fingers on a MIDI keyboard tax.
Well, don't do that. You have to break your fingers to use one? I don't know. I mean, fucking the whole Dragon Age team got laid off after Veilguard. I don't know, but Mass Effect was always the golden child of BioWare, so...
At Junos Power sent a super chat. Long time lurker. First time catching a stream tax.
Hey, thank you. Thank you for giving a super chat. Alright, so let's no longer delay. We shall, get into Mr. Pink King's videos while I do my fan art of him. I wonder if he's lurking. Everybody say hi, just in case he and his fans are lurking. Hi, guys. Oh, and we're up to 130 viewers on just YouTube. 148, actually. Isn't that funny? Because there was somebody the other day who still mauls at me for questioning him hanging out with a guy who threatens to rape people all the time, who was laughing that I was down to 70 views on just a normal non-topic art stream. So, I'm back, baby!
At Dana_Brain sent a super chat, called into work 2 days in a row due to snow tax.
Oh, now you've got our snow. We got 37 fucking inches of snow in Rhode Island. That beat the record of the 1978 blizzard, which is crazy. I have never been happier to not have a day job. Because we were literally snowed in. Good thing I didn't have anywhere to be. Okay, so we're gonna rewatch his original video that we watched on the first stream. Because, again, I kind of squeezed him in at the end, so maybe there's something I missed. After all the drama, and all the belly aching, and all the complaining, and all the accusations, I still do not know what the fuck he meant by Omni-Man is a good model for how Alastor should be written. I don't understand.
At Cosmic Woolly sent a super chat, our voices are many, but our voices are weak. Pink King has chosen entropy. He is not worthy of salvation.
Yes, the king in pink, yeah.
At Chipmanly1 sent a super chat, I should be more like Omni-Man tax. Also, hi Pinky. Narf.
Narf! Also, somebody opened a booster pack on Viewer Attack. I did not know that was a thing that was possible.
At Sconsan Jam sent a super chat, my friend's running a D&D campaign set in a city and asked me to write some elvish phrases. My inner Dragon Age fan has been unleashed.
You gotta have them start calling humans shems.
At NeoKaiser0 sent a super chat, tax, Akira.
Akira! Like that? I'm doing the Japanese version now. Akira would be like the dub, I guess. I don't know. Anyway, the only good dub of Akira is the original, which is hokey and corny as shit. And we just got another 10 gifted subs from Shark Jumping Walrus. Thank you. Like I said before, if you go to Discord, go to Connections, connect your Discord and YouTube account. It'll dump you right in my Discord server where we mostly shitpost and fuck around like we do on the channel. It's great. It's great. Akira probably is the greatest animated movie ever made. I still recommend reading the manga. There is so much more to the story than just the movie ends at like the halfway point of the manga and changes a few things. So highly, highly, highly recommend reading the manga. I would love to see Akira adapted into like a mini-series by the Japanese, not by Americans. Please, not by Americans. They keep trying to turn it into a 9/11 allegory. Please, no. But yeah, I'd love to see a miniseries, either live action or animated. I don't care, but I'd love to see a miniseries adapting the entire manga. It would be great. Anyway, enough yapping about other things I'm a fan of. We gotta get into this, and I gotta draw... and I gotta draw Pink King about to get hit by a train. I'm gonna infer what his legs and boots look like, I guess, from the rest of his design. I mean, this is a shitpost, so it doesn't really matter. Anyway, here we go. Let's rewatch the first video we watched of Pinky, and really pay attention this time, and see if he said what I think he said.
Hotel and Vivziepop's right.
No, stop. You know, I have ad blocker turned off for YouTube, and it still does that weird hesitating thing at the beginning of the fucking video. I hate it. I'm a premium member, too. I have been for years. Alright, one more super.
At Wokadora sent a super chat, Uwunya tax.
Nya. You know, like, nya. Nya. How's that?
At Week Freak sent a super chat, I'm impressed he can post 2 to 4 vids a week, but they're not in good quality because he keeps pushing these videos out so quickly.
Oh yeah, he like jumped on doing like a video about the rumor that there would be a live-action K-pop Demon Hunters, and like, it had already been debunked when he got the video out. And it's like, okay man, come on. Slow down, Pink Flamingos.
Alastor has a problem.
Yeah.
What did you say?
Yeah.
Oh, I did what... That was loud. I haven't turned down the new ones yet, but thank you for the chancla. I want to say, I did not like Alastor in the pilot. I thought he was too edgy 5Me, Tumblr sexy man. Didn't like him at all. Love him in the final show. To my own chagrin, he became my favorite character. I was sitting there going, oh, well, you got Keith David playing a curmudgeon with a heart of gold. That's obviously going to be my favorite character, because I am weak to both of those things. Keith David and curmudgeons with a heart of gold. But no, Alastor ended up being my favorite. And I was like, what the fuckity fuck? I don't know what they changed about him. Maybe it's because they made him less of a Mary Sue. Maybe it's just because Amir Talai is amazing and an American treasure. But I love him now. But it seems like a lot of people who don't like Alastor now liked him in the pilot and actually liked the Hazbin Hotel pilot, which I thought was not very impressive plot-wise, personally. But that's just me. Look how people can change their mind about things as they go on and they assess them and then new things come out. You don't just think one way about something forever. Isn't that a funny thing we can do as people?
Yeah, I said it. And in fact, I'd go as far to say that Alastor is the perfect representation of everything wrong with Hazbin Hotel and Vivziepop's writing.
He's not part of the Hatedom, but he's immediately going for the throat of the female showrunner. Okay.
But what do I mean? After all, Alastor is not only one of Hazbin Hotel's most popular characters, but probably the mascot of most of Vivziepop's work, with him being plastered on constant merchandise, thumbnails, and used to promote special occasions. How could he...
You post him all over thumbnails to get attention, so what do you mean?
...possibly be problematic? Well, it's not in the ways you might initially think. Hey guys, it's the Pink King here, and I recently saw a certain video by the YouTuber Definitely Bored Oranges, where they discussed Vivziepop's projects with the good and bad that came with them.
And Oranges is actually a good creator who has good things to say and actual good critiques of the show based on the actual text and not anything out of the text or any biases toward Vivziepop. So, yeah, everyone go watch Bored Oranges. He's much better than this.
It's honestly a pretty good
much better than me, too.
video, so I'll leave a link to their video in the description of this one. Be sure to check it out after watching this video, if you're interested. But the reason I bring this up is because while watching this video, I realized that Where's Oranges makes a really good point that up until now I had never really noticed when watching the show. That actually makes a surprising lot of sense. That being Hazbin Hotel having a serious telling but not showing problem, with a lot of the more important events happening either off screen or just told to the audience and how we're supposed to feel about it.
Okay, so I didn't rewatch the show for this, but I'm going to be going off my own memory of Hazbin Hotel. This was only when Season 1 was out, though, and we all know that Season 1 has a lot of problems. I did already react to this vid, but we're doing all of Pink King's Alastor vids today, and again, I wanted to go over it again and make sure there wasn't anything I missed, and make absolutely sure he did say what I think he said in this. So, I'll take supers maybe in the middle of this or after this video.
Ironically, this same issue is also prevalent in Hell of a Boss, but not to the same degree as Hazbin is. See, I can say something nice about Hell of a Boss, it's not impossible. But all joking aside, it
oh good, he hates Hell of a Boss too. My faith is just very much,
was this very point that got me interested. So,
hey, Billy Donuts, thanks for the hell donuts. Always good to see you, Billy Donuts.
It was this very point that got me interested. So, I recently rewatched the entire series again, just to make sure that if there was any validity to this point. And after watching it again, it honestly makes a lot more sense now why I and many other people struggled to connect with Alastor.
Oh my god, get to the point today, Junior!
Let's start with the beginning. From the get-go, Alastor is a very mysterious character who often keeps to himself, with not a lot of his details of his origins or who he is and why he does what he does. That's perfectly fine for a start.
Again, this was still Season 1.
Of a show. After all, you want to build up your mystery in your threatening character, so people will get invested and want to know more about them. Give them a little tease as for what's to come, essentially. But the reason why teasing works like this is because you don't do it forever. Eventually, you're gonna have to pay off even a little bit.
It's the first season, my guy, in a show that is going to be multiple seasons. Now, they weren't entirely sure they were going to have 2 seasons at first when they were working on this, but I think they knew by the end of production that they were. But yeah, we all know season 1 has a pacing problem because they were trying to cram in as much as they possibly could into that season in case they didn't get another. Though, retroactively now, a lot of that stuff, it was set up for the next season. Like, I was always like, why did we need Rosie in the season at all? But season 2 kind of justifies introducing her in season 1. Okay, you know? It's like, why do we need Sir Pentious, like, at all? Okay, well, he does become instrumental in Season 2. So, yeah, a lot of times this show is setting up for things down the line, and that can be frustrating. But sometimes with a show, you should just watch it and wait to see what happens. And not try to get ahead of the show, and not try to guess, and not come up with an entirely different show in your head before the next season is out, and then get disappointed when it's not that. You know, again, I've been saying this, and we are going to have an episode discussion on Saturday, because the new episode is out on Friday, this Friday, the 20th. Digital Circus. I have barely theorized about that show, because I can't figure out where the fuck it's going, and so I'm not even gonna try. I'm just gonna wait and see what it's telling me. You know, I have gotten a lot more faith in it now, after watching a few theory videos that were more about theme than actually trying to guess what's really going on. So, I'm pretty excited for that episode. We're gonna have a fun time this Saturday, so make sure you subscribe and hit the bell if you want to catch that one.
Just some of what you've built up. And ironically, the perfect example as to how to do this very thing, with an intimidating, mysterious threat, was in another Amazon show that I've been watching recently. That being...
Okay, so I forgot he makes this point this early. I thought there was more build up to this. So yes, he is going to say that Alastor should be written more like Omni-Man from Invincible. Alastor, who was a trickster character, and Omni-Man, who was an asshole Superman character, who both have 2 completely different roles in their respective stories. Yeah, Omni-Man title screen, yes. So let's just let his point play completely without me interrupting him, just to see if we can actually maybe finally understand what the fuck he's even trying to say. So here we go, guys. I'm just gonna doodle while we all listen to this. Hello?
Specifically, with Omni-Man, he's also quite a mysterious being at the start with his strange, creepy behavior, but it was also paid off by showing us what he could really do, with each time he showed us getting more and more extreme to emphasize the serious threat he is. And in doing so, the few shocking moments by the end of the show, in hindsight, end up working as both payoffs and build-ups for the audience, as it makes us believe he's actually capable of doing all the stuff he's doing with a gradual build-up. Not only is it highly engaging for the audience, but it leaves us at the end of our seat. But with Alastor, that's not the case. Alastor will make threats and put on a spooky voice with everyone else being scared of him, but he'll rarely ever back it up. It's almost like the opposite of Omni-Man, where the only people who knew the threat are the audience, and not the characters. With Alastor, it seems the characters know, but not the audience, which isn't something you want for your intimidating character. The most we get out of Alastor is him killing some gang members, and even then, it's not really all that shocking, because it's not against tough threats, and it's treated as literal background noise to Charlie and Lucifer's chatter. Imagine if instead of killing the Guardians in the first episode, Omni-Man killed some street thugs while it happened in the background of Mark and Debbie talking. Suddenly, you'd lose all that impact and that intrigue that you get from that moment. That instantly hooks the audience to that character and us wanting to know more about them. This isn't just applying to villains. I know Alastor for the moment isn't supposed to be that much of a villain, but he's still supposed to be a threat, someone who we're supposed to take seriously, but they're still not doing a good job at making that work.
Okay, I'm gonna stop it there, and we're gonna go over the points he just made, step by step. Again, I am trying to be as fair as possible, because I have never in my life understood why the fuck he made this comparison. That's all I wanted to know, Pinky Boy. That's all I wanted to know, little bro. I just wanted to know why the fuck you made this comparison. It makes no fucking sense. It's completely incomprehensible and incoherent. That's all I wanted to know. You didn't have to make 2 cancel videos on me and call me a racist and make a bunch of malding Twitter posts on me. I just wanted to know what the fuck you meant by that before I have an aneurysm. Anyway, I'm gonna take some super chats.
At DOMKV sent a super chat. I checked the logs once. It lags cause YouTube tries to load an ad even if you have Prem. Then ad block stops it and YouTube tries 3 to 5 more times.
But I have it turned off
At
for
Neo
YouTube.
Kaiser 0 sent a super chat. Tax. Itadakimasu.
Itadakimasu. There, happy.
At Varish Wolf 95 sent a super chat. I'm against fixing art, but my god do I almost want to put in the effort to fix his character design.
Oh, I think he's supposed to be a JoJo's, like some kind of JoJo stan. I know some people have told me. I don't know what the fuck he's supposed to be. Is that like turtle shells on his shoulder pads? I don't know.
At Skonsan Jam sent a super chat. I remember watching videos about alleged poor working conditions at Spindlehorse. After a few, I still couldn't get a clear answer. It was strange.
You won't, because it's not true. They pay people above industry standard, for one thing. And another thing, most of the rumors of the bad working conditions came from this person called Aaron Frost. And I read Aaron Frost's tweets about it, and I came away from them thinking, Aaron Frost sounds like a nightmare to fucking work with. She was literally like, well, I never got my work in on time or met my deadlines, but I have chronic pain. And, you know, COVID was really stressful, and Vivziepop delegated a supervisor to me instead of talking to me herself. How could she do that? You know, when she's running 2 shows. How dare she delegate people to different roles in Spindlehorse? And then, what was the other goddamn stupid thing she said? There was like a Discord exchange she posted to prove that they were being mean to her, and when it was just like her saying, I don't think I can finish this, and the supervisor saying, okay, we'll assign it to so-and-so. And it's like, yeah, you told them you can't finish it on time. They're gonna give it to someone who can. That is extremely normal. This is a normal workplace thing. It's like, I'm sorry you started working for this show thinking it was gonna be you and Vivziepop being BFFs on the floor drawing crayon drawings all day, but it's a job, honey. And animation is a lot of hard work. But it sounds like they were incredibly understanding with her. Like, okay, you can't finish it. That's okay. We'll give it to somebody. We'll assign it to somebody else, and you just focus on this, you know? So, yeah, again, I came back from all of those accusations thinking, wow, you sound like a fucking nightmare to work with. You know? Christ. So, like, this is why you need to follow all of these rumors and accusations to their source. Because this is how I got on this train of answering videos like this. Because every single time I followed a Vivziepop controversy to its source, it was always a nothing burger. Or a complete fucking lie. So, yeah.
At Mr. DeBossBaby6969 send a super chat. Oh my god, Pink King, you don't need to speak so slowly.
He might get better in some of his newer videos, we can only hope.
At Miss Jasmine305 sent a super chat. I'm convinced that anyone who says Pilot Alastor is better than Show Alastor actually means they think their fanfic/headcanon Alastor is better.
I should rewatch
At
the pilot on
Master
stream
Clockwork
sometime.
sent a super chat. Alastor in the show is a lot more three-dimensional than the pilot. He's not just some bored, wacky, overpowered cartoon. Like he's Beetlejuice.
Yeah, because like in the pilot, it was like every 5 seconds it was like, ooh, look how crazy I am, ooh, and it was like, I fucking hate this guy, you know?
At Mr. DeBossBaby6969 send a super chat. This early? It felt like 4 hours. I'd sent a super chat. Alastor dog walks Omni-Man in a fight.
Oh, he would, absolutely. So, I'm gonna rewind back to the past, Samurai
At Miss
Jack.
Jasmine305 sent a super chat. Alastor's motivations are mysterious. His powers and him being a threat aren't meant to be.
Exactly, and I'm gonna have a lot to say about some of the points you made here, because they're completely fucking stupid. Alright, here we go. So, especially that first point, so let's just go.
Specifically with Omni-Man, He's also quite a mysterious being at the start with his strange, creepy behavior, but it was also paid off by showing us what he could really do.
It was paid off. Pinky, this is the first episode! This is the very first episode! Like, oh, what? It was set up and paid off in the first episode. This speaks to me as an iPad kid who has no attention span. You know? Like, yeah, that's the first episode. And the point of it is, we, the audience, know that Omni-Man is actually evil, but his poor, innocent family doesn't. And yes, it's the opposite. It's not even the opposite in Hazbin Hotel. The characters know Alastor is powerful, the audience is shown he's powerful, we don't know what his motivations are. And we do find out, at the end of Season 1, that Alastor is in a contract to somebody else, and we don't know who yet, so we don't know why he's doing things. He was always helping the hotel, clearly under duress. He's always very passive-aggressive about it. So he doesn't want to be there. He's being made to do this. So yeah, he's saying it was payoff when it was the first fucking episode. And like I said earlier, they're two different types of characters entirely. Alastor is a trickster character. Omni-Man is an asshole Superman character. He's Injustice Superman, he's Homelander, he's that trope. That's a trope now. Superman is so embedded in the cultural zeitgeist that asshole Superman is a trope. You know? And I'm kind of boiling down Omni-Man to just that. He is more than that, especially later in the comic and the show. But at his core, he's asshole Superman. We start out the episode saying, "Wow, he's like the Superman of this world. He's so cool and he's so good." And then we see him kill all of his allies at the end of the episode, and we don't know why. So the audience doesn't know why he does this yet. His family and the people around him have no idea he's done this. You know, they think he was a victim too. So it sets up a mystery, but it does have that tension of, we know kind of what's going on. At least we know more than the characters do at the beginning of Invincible. That kind of changes later on, because the perspective kind of changes a bit, I guess. I mean, Mark eventually finds out his father is evil at the end of the season, you know? But just him calling it payoff when it's the first fucking episode, like, okay, that makes me think, are you saying that you wanted all of Alastor's plans and powers laid out for you neatly in the very first fucking episode? Even though he's not the main character or one of the main focuses of the show? You know? So, because, I mean, Mark is the protagonist of Invincible, but Omni-Man is kind of the deuteragonist, I would say. So, Alastor isn't even a deuteragonist, but he's a wacky supporting character. So that was my first thought. Are you power scaling? Or do you want all of Alastor's mystery just told to you in the first episode, when you were saying that the show has a telling and not showing problem at the beginning of this? You know? Like, what do you mean? What do you fucking mean?
With each time he showed us getting more and more extreme to emphasize the serious threat he is. And in doing so, the few shocking moments by
after killing the Guardians, he doesn't do much for a while. He's like in a fucking coma, isn't he? It's been a little while since I've watched Season 1. But, yeah, like this scene you're showing is toward the end of the season, I think, where he kills all the rapidly aging aliens from an alternate dimension and tells them Earth is mine to conquer. But again, we the audience see this happen. Mark and his friends all still think he's Superman. They think he's still a good guy. So again, this is something only the audience sees happen. So yeah.
The end of the show, in hindsight, end up working as both payoffs and build-ups for the audience.
Oh, don't worry about it, Alexi. They're giving me engagement.
As it makes us believe he's actually capable of doing all the stuff he's doing with a gradual build-up. Not only is it highly engaging for the audience...
Well, I mean, we understand right from the go that he is a Superman equivalent, so that fills in a lot of what we should expect his powers to be. A Superman is usually, like, the top-tier superhero who can just fucking do anything, pull lasers out of his ass, you know, be super strong, fly, shit like that.
But it leaves us at the end of our seat. But with Alastor, that's not the case. Alastor will make threats and put on a spooky voice with everyone else being scared of him, but he'll rarely ever back it up. It's almost like the opposite of Omni-Man, where the only people who knew the threat are the audience, and not the characters. With Alastor, it seems the characters know, but not the audience, which isn't something—
Yeah, exactly. We do learn a few things that we do get ahead of the characters in Season 2, though, when it comes to what Alastor's deal is. But in this first season, we are as in the dark about him as the characters are. Both the audience and Charlie and friends are both kind of in the dark about what the fuck Alastor is even up to or why he's doing this. And then in Season 2, the audience is clued in a bit more to what Alastor's up to, while Charlie is left in the dark. So it kind of switches it up in the second season.
You want for your intimidating character. The most we get out of Alastor is him killing some gang members, and even then, it's not really all that shocking because it's not against tough threats, and it's treated as literal background noise to Charlie and Lucifer's chatter.
Yeah, because he was just blowing off steam because he was pissed off that his reputation isn't as, what am I trying to say? That his reputation isn't as intimidating as it was, because he's been gone for 7 years. I guess people in hell have a short memory. 7 years shouldn't be much to these people.
Imagine if instead of killing the Guardians in the first episode, Omni-Man killed some street thugs while it happened in the background of—
And there would be no reason for them to do that, because this scene is supposed to give the audience the sudden realization that he's the bad guy when he's been set up as Superman for the entire episode. That is the purpose of the scene. Do you realize that scenes in a story have a purpose in the narrative? It's not like real life. Stories are contrived, and every scene and character and dialogue has to have a purpose or reason to be there. So the point of this scene is that we, the audience, know that Omni-Man is a bad guy who will kill even his own allies. The scene you're talking about is just Alastor doing Looney Tunes shit in the background while Charlie and Lucifer talk. Why did that need to be focused on? There was no point.
Mark and Debbie talking. Suddenly, you'd lose all that impact and that intrigue that you get from that moment. That instantly hooks the audience to that.
What was the intrigue supposed to be? Let me see if hopefully I won't get dinged for it, but, Hazbin Hotel, Alastor versus gangsters. Does somebody have a clip? Please tell me somebody has a clip. Yeah, so.
I'll take care of this.
Like, what did you think the point of this scene was supposed to be? I mean, this is also where they introduce Mimsy. She's actually kind of the focus here.
Finally! Took you long enough!
Hi, Sarah Styles.
A reminder to all not to mess with the radio demon. I will devour each and every one of you.
I mean, there's quite a lot of focus on what he's doing here before they start talking, and it's shown in the background, actually.
You see? What'd I tell you? Charlie. Sinners are violent psychopaths, hell-bent on causing as much pain and destruction as they can. There's...
See? The point of this scene is Lucifer saying, see? No point in helping sinners, honey. This is what they're all like. That's the focus of this scene. Just because your Blorbo isn't the main character doesn't mean it was badly written, Pink King. So, you see how that works?
That character and us wanting to know more about them. This isn't just applying to villains. I know Alastor for the moment isn't supposed to be that much of a villain, but he's still supposed to be a threat.
I mean, you can kind of tell, like, he doesn't want to be helping the hotel, and something's up with that, you know, if you actually just sit there and pay attention and don't try to get ahead of the show and guess where it's going.
Someone who we're supposed to take seriously, but they're still not doing a good job at making that work. And while yes, sometimes a character can perfectly be established by how other characters react to them, that usually only works.
He's being boring right now, so I'm gonna point out that, you notice how he doesn't show clips, really? He just puts his Sona in front of, like, blurry, out-of-focus clips that don't really have much to do with what he's talking about. So you're just supposed to take him at his word from his memory that he's accurately recounting these scenes he's complaining about.
Works for characters who you rarely see on screen, whereas Alastor is constantly on screen and really doing nothing meaningful. This all ties into that classic show don't tell rule of making.
How? How is that not showing his power and not telling it? We just see him grow into like a giant fucking monster and kill a bunch of loan sharks. Literal loan shark. Yeah, this is telling and not showing. Look how... Oh my god, I just noticed his staff doesn't grow with him. It's like a little toothpick in his hand. That looks silly. But yeah, so, like, how is this telling and not showing, Pinky? That doesn't make any fucking sense.
Making stories.
Well, no, I think Pink King wants Alastor to be the main character. I think this is his problem. He wants his favorite Blorbo to be the main character, and he can't accept that he's not.
A whole lot more impactful to show us as an audience rather than tell us something about it. Because then you allow us to form our own views about what's going on and allow us to figure it out rather than just telling us what we're supposed to feel as if it's...
That's exactly what the fucking show is doing. I don't even know what he's talking about.
Some sort of lesson. With the series failing to do so on many occasions, with stuff like how the crew of Angel, Husk, Nifty, and Serpentious end up bonding together over a fight in the street, and rather than showing us them bonding with each other by fighting other people, they just cut to them telling us how close they suddenly are. There's no
Why isn't there a fight scene like one of my shonen animes?
progression, and it feels really lazy. Which is crazy because they showed that they can make characters bond on screen even quite well, with songs like Loser Baby. And so when you have shown that you
it's almost like the focus of that scene was on Charlie and Vaggie feeling like she's not doing enough for Charlie, while the boys were down in the test fight area dying and screaming, you know?
do it, but decide not to in the very important moments where it counts, it comes off...
Again, he's not even showing clips of what he's talking about. That drives me crazy. If you're gonna talk about a scene, at least show fucking clips of it, if you're gonna have clips at all. Come on.
As lazy writing, or just being clueless. And
this
at
is a lazy video
I don't know
format.
which one's worse. The fact that you know how to do it, but choose not to, or the fact that you don't know how to do it properly.
The fact that you know how to put clips in your video, but you never use clips that are actually illustrating your point or proving your point.
Honestly, it's either one is just as bad as the other. Which is something very common in Vivziepop's writing. Like with Hell of a Boss, it's plagued with poor writing in so many ways, from Stolitz to Octavia, and the reason for these poor writing decisions ultimately comes down to Vivziepop herself wanting to have specific moments instead of moments that are needed. It's...
Again, this sounds exactly like what you're asking for, that you just want cool fight scenes with Alastor and not scenes that actually have a point. And notice again, he was complaining about that scene of the boys being put through their fighting test by Vaggie, when the focus of the scene was on Vaggie and Charlie. You know, Charlie, the main character, and her girlfriend. Two characters he doesn't really seem to talk about a lot.
Especially with Alastor in his fight against Adam. Now on paper, this scene is the perfect opportunity to demonstrate how much of a serious threat Alastor is and why we should take him seriously. With Adam already being established as a powerful threat, he wouldn't even need to win the fight, but maybe put up enough of a fight until he makes a little mistake that it helps us take him seriously. Just give us something that shows why we need to understand his threat. But no.
So he thinks the fight between Adam and Alastor wasn't cool enough, even though it's like fucking awesome.
Understand his threat. But no, we can't even have something like that because we want to have the moment where Charlie is the one to get Adam in a tough fight.
Oh, we can't have my Blorbo win the fight because the female main character has to get the final scene. Yeah, imagine that the finale focuses on the main character, Pink King, and now, he said he didn't appreciate me saying that a lot of the Hazbin Hatedom is misogynistic, but here he is going, ugh, the only reason Alastor lost to Adam is because they had to give Charlie the scene. You know, only the fucking female main character. Lil bro, Alastor ain't the main character. Sorry. Sorry you don't like that. That's not a fault of the show. That's you just wanting a character that isn't the main character to be the main character. And let's go back to hear what he says completely about the fight, and then I might show it on screen because it's cool.
Alastor in his fight against Adam. Now on paper, this scene is the perfect opportunity to demonstrate how much of a serious threat Alastor is and why we should take him seriously. With Adam already being established as a powerful threat, he wouldn't even need to win the fight, but maybe put up enough of a fight until he makes a little mistake that it helps us take him seriously. Just give us something that shows why we need to understand his threat.
I bet he really loved the scene of Rosie laughing in Alastor's face next season that he thought he could take on an Archangel.
But no, we can't even have something like that because we want to have the moment where Charlie is the one to get Adam in a tough fight. And so Alastor gets beaten rather pathetically before he cowers away to his radio station, completely avoiding the rest of the fight.
Pathetically, really. Alastor versus Adam. So let's see how that fight went. I'll probably have to frequently pause because I don't want to get dinged by Amazon again. The Amazon drones will be sent to kill me. Anyway, let's just get to the part where he goes all badass.
I'm about to end your fucking life.
Nice voice. Don't you know jazz is for pussies?
Yeah, how pathetic.
You really think you can take me on?
Yeah, so he's only a sinner, and Adam is an archangel, so they were both former humans, but...
Edgelord, you should know better than anyone what a soul can accomplish when they take charge of their own fate.
I really want to know what that line means. I really want to know what that line means. I have this crack theory that whatever got Adam into heaven is what made hell happen, and Lucifer got blamed for it.
You think you're tough shit,
I'm tougher than you. You lack discipline, control, and worst, you're sloppy.
Fuck you, you red piece of fuck. Too much fucking red.
Let's see how he does lose. Actually, it's right here.
Dead.
What just happened? Fuck.
I love how his voice filter loses. So why did he lose? Because a fucking angelic steel supercharged weapon broke his staff. That's how he lost. Like, if you paid it, how is that pathetic? He was holding his own until that happened.
I'm gonna wipe that shit-eating grin off your face, cause radio is fucking dead!
What just happened? Fuck.
So yeah, that was pathetic loss somehow.
Yes, fuck you, Alastor!
I forgot Christian Borle was here. So it's been a bit since I've rewatched season 1.
Radio's not dead, but it is
ending this broadcast. That was cool as shit. What's your problem?
Wow. It was right there, but no.
But don't forget, he thinks, well, that only happened because Charlie had to get the win. You know, Charlie, the main character. Why do we have to focus on her?
Oh, you had to squander it because you needed your heroic moment for Charlie. It reminds me of that one Family Guy meme where Pete is just...
Why are you so down on the female main character, you know, being the focus of the finale, Pink King? Why is that an issue for you?
It reminds me of that one Family Guy meme where Pete is just like, it insists upon itself. Because here it really does. It constantly wants to do certain moments without putting in the effort to make those moments feel earned. And it's such a shame, honestly. They ultimately fell flat.
How did that not feel earned? Because we see him go full fucking demon in this fight, but we also saw it before when he fought the gangsters. So another utility of the gangster scene is showing us that he can do this. And then look, it's paid off in his fight with Adam. Wow! It's almost like that was there for a reason or something. You know? And really what your problem is that Alastor isn't the main character. That is really what all of his problems boil down to, that Alastor isn't the main character.
Considering how much I really liked Alastor, and still do to an extent, In the pilot, he was perfect. The right amount of setup.
In the pilot, he was perfect. Pilot lover, pilot lover. What is it with pilot lovers and hating the final show? The pilot sucked. Like, it was impressive technically that they were able to put it all together. And it was a good proof of concept for a show. But the pilot sucked. It wasn't very good story-wise. A lot of the voice acting was kind of eh. It didn't really go anywhere. Like, the pilot was, again, it was a pilot. Pilots are usually much weaker than the final show that they eventually become. So, like, well, you got mad when I intimidate his voice. You what, mate? I just want an excuse to do a silly, bad British accent, that's all. Do you know how to have fun, Rappy? Do you know how to have fun in life at all? I think you need to relax a bit. Anyway, so what was he saying?
Fell flat, considering how much I really liked Alastor, and still do to an extent. In the pilot, he was perfect. The right amount of setup and payoff, with a healthy amount of
The fuck was his setup and payoff in the pilot? He just showed up, went, ha! I'm the crazy Tumblr sexy man! Ooh, look how crazy I am! And that's like all he did. You know, from what I remember. Maybe, if we have time, maybe we'll rewatch the Hazbin pilot in this, fuck it.
Factor. And while yes, he's still enjoyable at times in the show, he's just never as interesting as he was in the pilot. And to me, this just highlights exactly why Alastor is-
How was he interesting in the pilot? He was just an edgelord Tumblr sexy man. There was nothing to him.
Everything wrong with Hazbin Hotel, as he and the show have such interesting concepts with a lot of room to explore, as they have some pretty good setups, but they ultimately fail to meet those expectations.
And like I said too, Amir Talai is an American treasure who clearly loves the fuck out of playing Alastor, and I love his performance as Alastor.
Because they're either not doing anything, or they're doing the opposite to what they say. It's really as simple as that. But it's not too late. Again, it's only been season 1, and depending on how much they want to do, they still have plenty of time to make Alastor's character work a lot better. I argue that they should take inspiration from characters like Omni-Man, and find the right balance of mystery.
In what manner? That's what I don't understand. What the fuck do you mean by that? Like, story-wise, you wanted all of Alastor's power and plans laid out for you in the first episode? Power scaling-wise? What do you mean? It doesn't make any sense to compare those two characters, and he never actually justifies it. He never actually explains what the fuck he even means by that.
Mystery and menace. That's why I'm not being too harsh on Alastor here as I am with some of Vivziepop's other characters, as he's not had anywhere near as much time.
I'm not as harsh on him because he's my favourite and I wish he was the main character, and I wish he was still an edgelord like in the pilot.
In comparison to her other train wrecks, so there's still time to make adjustments so he can work.
Vivziepop's train wrecks. He's totally not part of the Hatedom, guys. Totally not part of the Hatedom.
I'm really open to it because I do enjoy-
I am focusing on art right now, Rappy. See, this is what I do. I draw and I react to a video. This is the format. I hope you actually have the sound on so you can hear me and you're not just arguing with people in my chat with the stream muted, but...
Alastor's performances and his comedy, he can be very interesting. I just feel a lot of that intrigue has just been lost because they don't really know how to use his character. But what do you guys think?
You don't even know what his character is! He's a trickster. What does he have in common with an asshole Superman character like Omni-Man? You don't explain! You don't explain, Pink King! Why won't you just tell me what the fuck you meant by that so I can rest? Obviously, I'm playing it up for anybody who is hate watching here. I'm an entertainer. I'm a comedian. That's what I do here on YouTube. So yeah.
Agree with my opinions on Alastor, or did I perhaps miss something? Let me know what you guys think down in the comments below.
You missed everything about his purpose, his place in the story, everything. I don't think Pink King himself is in the chat, but some of his stands are here.
I'm very interested
Some of his, what do we call them, flamingos? His flamingos. 2 of his flamingos are here.
to see what you guys have to say on this, and I read all of your guys' comments, so...
Oh, he wants to hear what people have to say on it, but when I said something about it, he made 2 cancel videos on me and then participated in a 3rd with a transphobic anti-Semite who then got terminated from YouTube. So, that's cool.
If you have any thoughts on this matter, please feel free to comment down below, and let's have a little debate in the comments. A nice little friendly debate. I know that's hard for you. I know...
It's hard for you, buddy. You fight with, like, he makes videos on, like, Reddit people criticizing his videos, too. Like, he fights with anybody who criticizes him.
That's hard for you, Vivziepop stands, but please, let's just have peace. Also, while you're at-
Let's just have peace, said the guy who made 2 cancel videos on me, participated in a 3rd with a transphobic anti-Semite, and altered my art, and called me Slime the Scrabble and begged people for more subscribers than me. He's definitely the one who knows how to bring peace, guys. He's definitely the peaceful one who reacts well to criticism.
That's it. If you enjoyed the video and you want more in-depth breakdowns just like this, then be sure to like this video and subscribe. Subscribing tells me you want more videos just like this. My goal is...
Well, make sure you're not subscribed, guys. We don't want to make any more videos like this.
To get to 10,000 subscribers before the end of the year, and we are so close to hitting that goal already, even though it's only March. And if you want to support me...
So close to hitting that goal because I make sure I pump out slop twice a week, and that gets me up there in the algo.
And get more videos like this, then subscribe. But with that, peeps, it's been the Pink King here, and I will see you all next time.
The shitposts, Rappy. Do you know what those are? You don't seem like someone who knows how to have fun. Okay, your ending screen is really fucking long for some reason. Did he just make the thumbnail part of the video because he didn't know how to upload thumbnails, like, independently? So there you go. Nothing changed. I was right. He just said Alastor should be more like Omni-Man, and then did absolutely nothing to explain why. Okay, time for some super chats. I'll turn on some music while we do that.
Ed Sharuvi sent a super chat. Husband S2 does a neat reversal where the hotel thinks Alastor is completely fine, but we see him wrecked from thinking he could take an Archangel.
He was hiding his injuries, too.
At Ed Stevens 5542 sent a super chat. Remember Phenomenon from Dispatch is Teen Titans Starfire except as a grown man.
Really?
At Evie Tomato Soup Full sent a super chat. It's like he thinks power can only be shown through physical violence.
Yeah, it's like he thinks this is an anime that you can power scale, and it's like, it just doesn't work that way, man. You know, like, it just doesn't work that way.
At Mr. DeBossBaby6969 sent a super chat. Imagine showing him something like Airplane.
Imagine showing any of these Zoomers something like Airplane. Also, it's funny that his stands are trying to say, pay your bills as an insult. I guess that means you don't have any bills, huh? You wouldn't know what that's like, would you?
At Super Easy Walker sent a super chat. In the comic, Omni-Man didn't kill the GOG until Volume 2 and Volume 1 Omni-Man faced off against the time displace alien of panel BTW.
Oh, interesting. I haven't read the comic, I did watch a 5-hour summary of it. So the changes are kind of interesting, but I think changing it to having him take out the Guardians right in episode 1 to really, like, really set that up for the audience and not have his family know about it, I think that was a very smart idea. Very smart way to approach it.
At WitchCake2517 sent a super chat. Here's my opinion. Alastor isn't Omni-Man, he's immortal. Mysterious past, built up a lot but gets humbled. The draw is his relationships with others. At the Master Clockwork sent a super chat. Are people dumb? The point of that scene was spelled out. Alastor is, from Charlie's POV, at least helping while her dad is just being cynical.
But yeah, she's trying to say, well, he's helping as he's massacring people, and Lucifer's like, honey, I went through the same thing. Sinners are just all like this, I've given up. You know? So yeah, imagine that the scene's focus was actually on the main character, and not the supporting character. He seems to have a problem when the focus is on Charlie, the main character. So, yeah.
At Dana_Brain sent a super chat. I think what I love about show Alastor is that it has a little piss baby sometimes.
Yeah.
He's allowed to show emotions and is petty incarnate.
Well, the other thing, too, is if you're gonna have, like, an evil or asshole character who is also likable, they have to get their comeuppance sometimes. That's the only way they can be likable. So think about every, like lovable asshole character you've ever seen in anything. They always get their comeuppance at some point, you know? That's very vital for a character like that. Come on, unpause.
At Chipmanly1 sent a super chat. My goat lost and I'm gonna make it everyone's problem. Probably.
Basically, you can't accept Alastor's not the main character. It's weird. It's fucking weird.
And it's West777 sent a super chat. The fact that Alastor lasted even 10 seconds against an Archangel was impressive enough.
Yeah, no
Any
shit.
more would have been doing too much.
Angelic Steel could kill him permanently, too.
Wolf95 sent a super chat. Alastor, fuck this shit, time out.
Well, yeah, Alastor is, before anything, selfish. He's always looking out for himself before anyone else, which is why his reprise song afterward, he's going, Alastor, as altruist, died for his friends. You know, he's, like, angry at the idea that he could have died being seen as, like, some selfless individual who died for his friends. And it's like, shit, you know? What are you guys doing in the chat now?
At Hikaru9624 sent a super chat. Honestly, the fact it took an up weapon to defeat Alastor should be proof he wasn't so easily beaten.
I know, it's like, does he watch with his eyes closed? I don't understand.
At Sharuvi sent a super chat. He doesn't really flee. Adam clearly lets Al go.
Yeah, well, he just kinda, he kinda just phases away and Adam loses
At
interest.
Tomato Soup Full sent a super chat. I'm so effing sick of the pilot mention. Alastor was just DeviantArt personified.
He was. He absolutely fucking was.
Jam sent a super chat. In the very, very early concepts, Angel Dust and Vaggie were boyfriend and girlfriend. It's natural for things to change and evolve over time. That's it.
Yeah, that's like in her, like, original, like, doodles of the characters when she was first inventing them, and Charlie looked completely different. It's not like she had the same story in her head the whole time. She made these characters and needed a story for them, so that's what they're developing now, you know, and that's what they were doing with the pilot, why she had other writers, you know. It's not like, oh, she had this whole thing planned out from the word go. No, not really. Hardly anyone does. Book, movie, TV show, they don't really work that way, you know?
At Super Easy Walker sent a super chat. Pink King saying right Alastor as Omni-Man is much like Alan Wake saying the lake is an ocean.
Kind of, except that actually worked for Alan. Also, don't give Rappy a donut since he's, you know, down on our buffet over here of donuts at Billy Donuts brings.
At Rain Banana sent a super chat. Let's have peace. Does everything to not bring peace, and has awful media literacy. He might just be the greatest idiot and hypocrite.
Yeah,
At NeoKaiser0 sent a super chat. Tax, why are we still here? Just to suffer?
Why are we still here? Just to suffer. Well, I have the cheery Nights into Dreams music going on in the background.
At DioMKV sent a super chat. So you have 5 hours for a comic recap vid, huh?
Look, listen, this was a while ago. Dio's been bothering me to watch a 7-hour lore video on Who's Lila because I wouldn't grind the endings when I played it. And I am interested, but I need time to actually sit down and fucking pay attention to it.
At DinoNuggy22 sent a super chat. I only call Alastor a fraud because man can't say Vox needs others for power while pre-order his powers before his death.
Oh, he's a hypocrite. He's absolutely a fucking hypocrite. He is a complete hypocrite, but that's why he's fun, you know? Everyone in the Hazbin series, it has issues, and it's kind of stupid sometimes. That's just the tone of the fucking show, both shows. And I was always more into Hell of a Boss than Hazbin, so this is kind of interesting. Pinky hates Hell of a Boss. He prefers the Hazbin pilot to the final show. I, on the other hand, hated the pilot, and I loved Hell of a Boss from the word go, because I was like, okay, this is more my speed, this pilot. where it's just more kind of crazy and funny, and it's a found family of coworkers who are kind of bad at what they do, and that's a setup I'm always a sucker for, you know? So I always liked Helluva first, but I always said if Hazbin has as much of a glow-up from pilot to final show as Helluva did, it'll be fine. And I did like the first season. I thought it was pretty good. I didn't think it was the best. I wasn't really a total fan at that point. Season 2 made me a fan. Season 2 was fantastic. So, yeah.
Atruo689 sent a super chat. I don't get why most of it rappy though 6 insults are you being 40 years old, when most people who work in animation nowadays are in their 30s to 40s.
I know, it's like the old thing. I thought this died with boomers. Like, you can't watch cartoons if you're an adult. That's for kids. It's like, I'm watching an adult show, also made by people in their 30s and 40s. Some of the people who work on it are in their 50s and 60s, actually, even. Patrick Stump's around the same age as me. Brandon Rogers is only a little younger than me. You know, so I don't know what the hell you guys actually think. You know? It's really strange. I'm also a cartoonist, as you can see. And you're gonna be 40 one day if you're lucky, I hope. So, yeah, it's like, but I know what it is. I know it is. I forgot. Women over 25 are supposed to just not be seen in society and aren't supposed to talk. That makes people angry. So, you know, imagine the people that hate the Helliverse because Vivziepop is a woman also come at me with kind of, you know, vaguely sexist remarks. Isn't that kind of an interesting thing to observe? That was what I always said to people, Smooth Illustrated. It's like, who do you think makes the cartoons? Adults do. Like, what do you mean?
@SconsanJam sent a super chat. Musical notes emoji. Hail Psi Populi, the people's voice. Musical
Hail
notes
Psi
emoji.
Populi, the people's voice. I wish I could do, no, you ain't getting the puff. This is my puff.
@KidandFarter sent a super chat. Animation is for kids. Ghost Fuckers has entered the chat.
And you know what? It's good. We need more animation like the Helliverse. Because for so long, what have adult shows been? Just shit like The Simpsons and Family Guy and fucking Big Mouth. Just like shit that it won't take itself seriously and is just gross as it can be. And something like the Helliverse actually has heart and actually takes itself seriously sometimes. I always compare the Helliverse to BoJack Horseman, which gets the hatedom and the antis mad at me because they only know BoJack Horseman through, like, video essays about the serious parts and not the rest of it. But they have the same exact tone. They have these serious, heartfelt gut punch moments, but the rest of the time, you are not supposed to take these characters that seriously, and the rest of the time you're getting dry dialogue-based humor or just fucking Looney Tunes shit happening. You know, both BoJack and the Helliverse are like that. And I like, yeah, Venture Brothers is another good adult animated show that I wish more adult animated shows were like. I love the Venture Brothers. That's one of my favorite. I was rewatching it a little while ago, but I kind of fell off for whatever reason. But I haven't seen Arcane. Maybe I will one day, but yeah. So, like, we need more cartoons like this, and Vivian Madrano has basically carved her way through to making her dream project happen. She had to raise the funds, found her own studio, make the deals with A24, who made the deals with Amazon. Spindlehorse still has complete, total rights to both shows. Amazon doesn't own them, they just distribute them. That is an amazing precedent to set for indie. But we have her carving her way through the studio system on an independent path, opening that way for others, and she just gets shat all over. Markiplier does the exact same thing with movies, and he's praised, so, you know, I'm just saying.
@Evie Tomato Soup Full sent a super chat. When women over 25 are mothers locked away in a home making dinner. Society. What?
Yeah, there was already a person in chat saying, feed your kids! Oh, yeah, you're assuming that any older woman has to be a mother with children, huh? That's really cool. That's the only thing we can do in life, right? We can just be mothers and fade into the background, and we're not supposed to show our graying hair or our increasingly wrinkled faces or have any opinions, right? That's what it is, right? Yeah? Right? Anyway.
At Hikaru9624 sent a super chat. Yes, Berserk is definitely for kids.
Well, anime's always kind of been an exception to that, and that's why anime had a huge boom in the United States in the 20s. Not the 20s, the 2000s. Yeah, the 1920s, the swinging 20s. Maybe that was a little too much of a puff. But yeah, and so, like, in the early 2000s, like, anime was even bigger than it is now, even though it wasn't as accessible. And I think what drove a lot of that is people wanted animation that wasn't just shit for children, or just, like, gross-out shows, or The Simpsons, you know? So, and that's really what led the original anime boom. Anyway, let me turn off the music, because we're gonna go to this next. So that was a video that I had watched before. Now we're getting into unknown territory, and I have his video on the finale if we have time for it. And if we have time for it, we might just rewatch the Hazbin pilot. I think that probably won't get me copyright dinged. Just to see if my opinion on it changes. I don't think it will, but I also haven't seen it in years. So anyway, let's see how the Alastor problem gets worse, and this is where we get into Season 2. So here we go.
Alastor has a problem. Now look, it's not the kind of problem that can easily be ignored or excused as simply not liking the character. It's a problem that has been baked into the very core.
Well, yeah, because you clearly like the character and wish he was the main focus. And that is half your fucking problem.
Has been baked into the very core of Alastor, all the way down to his very fundamentals. And this issue has only gotten worse with time.
What do you think his fundamentals are, guy who said he should be more like Omni-Man? What do you think he is fundamentally as a character? I don't even know.
Do I enjoy being difficult? Most definitely.
Season 2 was supposed to be Alastor's redemption. The season where he falls to the very lowest he's ever been.
His redemption? What do you mean? What makes you think Alastor would ever be redeemed in any manner? I don't know if he means redemption as the concept in the show? Or redeemed in his eyes as a badass? I guess we'll have to find out, but yeah, let's see which one he means first, I guess.
The season where he falls to the very lowest he's ever been in order to rise again to become the fearsome radio demon of old. And yet, despite the performance and the animation being stellar as always, it's unfortunately the writing, once again, that not only...
Okay, so what he meant was, this was the season Alastor was supposed to be redeemed in his eyes and be seen as a total badass, finally. Why did you think that was the point of the season, or the point of his character this season? Again, this is just, I want Alastor to be the main character and have a main character style arc. He's just not the main character, Pinky, and you're gonna have to fucking get over that. You know? Like, seriously, all his critiques boil down to he wants him to be the main character.
And he lets him down, but also casts a shadow over the series as a whole, as it's only become clear that the writers have not learned their lessons from Season 1, and continue to fall into the same traps as they always have.
What do you mean?
But what do I mean?
Yeah,
what are these so-called traps?
Please explain.
Most importantly, why does it matter? Grab your rifles, and cook up some jambalaya while you're at it, because it's time to see how the Alastor problem got worse.
Your intros are fucking obnoxious. You acted like that was a mic drop.
Now, before we start talking about Season 2, what is the Alastor problem in the first place? Well, if you watched my first video on the matter, you'd know that—
If you watched my first video on the matter, you know my problem is that he should be more like Omni-Man? No, I still won't explain what that means.
first video on the matter, you'd know that it's show don't tell. Alastor, by all accounts, should have been a fantastic character.
He is!
But what held him back was the writers refusing to prove his status. We're constantly told that he's supposed to be a powerful overlord, the one who feeds off your suffering, someone who at his mere mention has people cower in fear. We're constantly told that he's this all-powerful demon, yet we are never shown it. Now yes, we do see him stop a random gang and beat Serpentius a couple of times, but we never actually see him beat someone that only he could.
So, your whole problem is you just want him to beat a bigger baddie. Even though his whole gambit this entire season is to make Fox the most powerful sinner in hell to get out of his deal with Rosie. Which, I didn't quite pick up on at first. A lot of people said that might be what he's doing, and I was like, I don't know, but that turned out to be true, so...
As after all, we've seen characters like Angel Dust and Cherry Bomb beat up gangs, and Serpentius is not all that threatening as an antagonist. So what makes Alastor doing all of this so special? He needs a moment where we actually saw him prove to us, the viewers, that
Why do you think it needs to be special? Again, this isn't an anime. You can't power scale this. This is not a shonen battle anime, Pink King.
he needs a moment where we actually saw him prove to us, the viewers, that we should take him seriously. And yet, when push comes to shove...
I mean, Rappy, this doesn't have to be beef. I am just critiquing his videos. I mean, he's critiquing a show. Why can't I critique his videos? You know?
Viewers, that we should take him seriously. And yet...
So you mean you, just you. I can't take him seriously because he hasn't won a fight on screen that I thought was good enough, so the show had to prove to me he's powerful, and that was supposed to be the whole point of the season. It's like, no. Shows aren't tailored just to what you think, my dude.
Seriously. And yet, when push comes to shove, once he finally is in a moment like that, he gets taken out rather easily after doing very little. This was my problem with him. We're constantly told that he's supposed to be a big-time overlord, someone we need to take seriously, and yet, we never see him actually do anything to back it up. And so, it just comes across as pointless exposition that ultimately amounts to just nothing. And
God, are all of his videos this boring?
So, if we, the audience, don't take Alastor seriously, then we just simply have no reason to
Stop crossing your arms and getting serious. I need a good look at your jacket.
care about who he is and what he might do. In fact, that is why I compared him to...
Is this motherfucker ever No, not again! Not again! I was gonna say, though, is this motherfucker ever uncross his arms? He always has his arms crossed, so you know he's serious. Otherwise, you know, you might not think he's a big, powerful, YouTube reviewer. God damn it, we're gonna hear the Omni-Man thing again. Maybe he'll actually explain what the fuck he meant. I doubt it, but... Ugh.
We just simply have no reason to care about who he is and what he might do. In fact, that is why I compared him to Omni-Man in my first video on it. Because while yes, both characters are very different, I think a lot of people misunderstood the point I was trying to make there.
Of course we did, because you didn't explain it! You did not explain or justify it at all! You didn't explain what the fuck you even meant! Like, thematically? Power scaling? What did you mean? Hopefully he's gonna tell us, but I really don't think so.
I was trying to make there. That being, they both serve the same role of needing to be taken seriously as a threat by the audience.
No! No, motherfucker! No! Alastor's role in Hazbin is a trickster character who we don't know what he's up to entirely. You know, we don't know what his personal motivations are because he's been working for somebody else. Omni-Man's role is to be the main threat of the series, at least for the first 2 seasons. And to be the reversal on Superman. He's an asshole Superman character, which isn't very original, but he's a pretty good asshole Superman character, I will say. It helps that he's voiced by J.K. Simmons, who I fucking love.
And Omni-Man does everything right
Hazbin Hotel is not a superhero show, and it's not an anime. Are those the only things he has watched up until right now? Like, I know he's pretty young, but like, you only watch superhero shows and anime, and you expect every single animated show to follow that formula. It's the only thing I can think of. Rappy, it should only be fully grown adults who smoke. What are you saying? You want Rappy wants teenagers to smoke, everybody. How problematic is Pink King's audience? They want teenagers to smoke. I suppose you can smoke at, like, fucking 16 in fucking UK, can't you?
To accomplish that very thing, as we were shown the Guardians of the Globe to be the most powerful superheroes on Earth throughout the entirety of the first episode, which...
Oh, for fuck's sake, Pink King, the scene wasn't here to say, look how powerful Omni-Man is, he sure is strong. The scene was here for us to go, holy shit, why did he just take out all of his allies? Why is he doing this? That's the point of it. That is the point of it. Like, we set them up as the Justice League and him as Superman, and all of a sudden he's killing them all, and we're like, holy shit! Why is he doing that? That's the point of it. It's not to say, look how much he beat up these other stronger dudes. Again, this wasn't even for power scaling. I mean, fucking, even Invincible is not a power scaling series. That's not what it's about. It's barely about, like, the powers of the superheroes. It's more about the emotional journeys they go through. That's really the focus, you know?
Everything. As we were shown the Guardians of the Globe to be the most powerful superheroes on Earth throughout the entirety of the first episode, which only adds to the tension when we see Omni-Man not only beat them, but do it without mercy. They set up a big hurdle.
Except he also gets knocked out by the end of this fight, remember? And they think he was a victim of the attack too, and he's like in a coma for a bit. Like, I haven't watched the show in a long time, and I still remember that. How do you not remember it? Power scaling is bullshit, yeah.
Then proceed to meet it with a brutal resolve, and it works an absolute treat by getting us to both be interested and intimidated by him as a character without ever needing to rely on pointless exposition. But Alastor never has a moment like that. A moment where we see him validate.
Oh my god. Okay, so he's just repeating himself in text now. Essentially, they need to give us a reason to take him seriously. Because characters just saying you're dangerous or powerful isn't enough. Eventually, you're gonna have to prove it visually. Otherwise, we have no frame of reference to follow or be intimidated by. We've never seen him be powerful and intimidating, guys.
Devour each and every one of you!
Yeah, never ever seen him do any of that, have we? Ever at all. Never have we seen him display his, monstrous demonic power. There's the part where he zooms out.
You think you're tough shit, huh?
I'm tougher than you. You lack discipline, control, and worst, you're sloppy.
Yep, we sure never see anything of him being, like, super badass powerful. We never, ever see that, ever. Never see him do that throughout the season before this final fight. It's never set up. It's never set up at all.
Trouble. And who knows what kind of demon she fucked with to come running to you this time.
It's nothing I can't handle. Don't worry, Husker. Who in their right mind would cross me?
I mean, you've been gone a while. And it's not like anybody knows why.
They don't need to know. And don't you worry your fuzzy head about it.
You may own my soul, but I ain't your fucking pet.
We're getting there. I love when he turns his head around like that.
Big talk for someone who's also on a leash.
What did you say?
You even showed that clip at the beginning of your first video.
Nothing,
If you ever say that again, I will tear your soul apart and broadcast your screams for every other disrespectful wretch who dares to question me.
Understand?
Yep, we definitely never see any displays of his power before the finale of Season 1. We never, ever, ever see any displays of his full power at all. Ever, ever, ever. Or how menacing he can be, or how quick he can be to just fucking kill you. I don't know why he keeps Husker around. Maybe because he knows how to make his favorite drink. I could imagine it being something that's simple. Yeah. So, yeah, we never are just shown his power at any point and not told it. Yeah, no, never happens. Again, you notice how he just doesn't show clips ever? And just wants us to take his word for it?
His status, establish why we as the audience should take him seriously, and so it just comes across as pointless when the writers try to act like Alastor's a big deal, because deep down we know he's not really gonna do anything, because that's just what they've shown us to be the case. This was, to put it very short, my main issues with Alastor in Season 1, a basic writing principle. But Season 2 had an opportunity to correct a lot of these mistakes.
What do you know about basic writing principles? So far you haven't even justified that it's tell, don't show. You haven't justified it at all. It's mostly show with Alastor, actually. It's almost like this is a show. It's almost like it's a vaudeville.
As Season 2 promised us more insight into not only—
Yeah, people forget they need evidence for their claims, and they need to actually fucking explain their reasoning. That would help a lot if you want people to accept your argument, you know? Rappy, I already told you, this doesn't have to be beef. I am critiquing his videos, much like he is critiquing the show. He is not above criticism, as much as he thinks he is, and is probably gonna make another, cancel video on me.
only who he was before dying, but also his relationship to—
Well, yeah, he started the beef in the first place. I talked about his video for like 20 minutes at the end of a 6-hour stream, and barely even got to it. And he made 2 cancel videos on me. So who the fuck started the beef?
Vox. This was the—
In fact, I should say it
that way. Who was the one who started the beef? Oh, it was the King in Pink, who made 2 cancel videos on me and acted like a little bitch.
Yeah, we had to get some more Siester in, even though it fucked up my place in the video. God damn it! I thought I got my keys to stop doing that. I remapped them and everything.
Opportunity to correct a lot of these mistakes, as Season 2 promised us more insight into not only who he was before dying, but also his relationship to Vox. This was the perfect opportunity to rebuild off the mistakes and justify to the audience why we should take Alastor seriously.
What you're calling a mistake is just your own weird expectations for this character that are not gonna come to fruition, because he's not the main character. That's really what all of his problems come down to, just that Alastor is not main character. Therefore, writing bad. Why did they have to give Charlie the main character attention?
But you've seen the title and thumbnail of this video already, so you already know where—
Oh yeah, Rappy is just adding to my engagement with all the chatting. It's telling YouTube that the stream is hot.
Is going, because despite the many possible routes they could have taken to improve, they actually end up worsening the problem. In fact, everything we've seen so far is made
worsens the problem that I made up because I want my Blorbo to be the main focus.
Worsening the problem. In fact, everything we've seen so far is made 10 times worse with just one simple reveal. That being, Alastor is supposed to be the strongest sinner in hell. This one line makes everything we've seen so far feel even more clunky, as not only is he supposed to be a powerful overlord, but the strongest sinner in hell? Not only—
Strongest sinner is the operative word here. More than sinners exist in hell. Sinners aren't even allowed to leave the Pride Ring. They can't go to the other rings. They're stuck in Pentagram City. That's where they all have to be. But there's all sorts of other creatures down there that aren't sinners, that aren't former humans. So, yeah, and they get into it. You know, his staff is broken by angelic steel. That's why, you know, his powers aren't working correctly. You know, they explain this. They explain it. They totally explain it.
Well, not only does it make his lack of feats even sadder, it's a title given to us that holds absolutely no meaning. What does being the strongest...
What do you mean it holds no meaning? It's exactly how he gets out of his deal with Rosie. It's the whole... That's setup and payoff, Pinky! We get an early scene of Alastor and Rosie discussing how he's the most powerful in hell. He gets some kind of idea that we don't know what he's doing. He surrenders himself to Vox and hangs around the V Tower for a while, poking at Vox, getting him to go in the directions he wants him to. And then he uses his deal to make Charlie declare Vox the most powerful in hell, which gets him out of his deal with Rosie. That is complete setup and payoff. But he was probably making this before the season was over. I bet you anything he was. So, like, you can wait till the story is finished before you start criticizing things. Imagine being in the middle of a book. Or not even in the middle. Imagine being in the middle of somebody reading you a book, and you keep interrupting them to go, but that doesn't make any sense. Why would he do that? You know, why is that happening? Why did they say that? You know, it's like, maybe just keep listening. Just keep listening until it's over, and then maybe you'll know. You know how stories work.
What does being the strongest sinner in hell actually mean?
Gonna start inking.
What comes with that title?
Tell myself not to make
Does
this
anyone
perfect.
actually know he's the strongest sinner in hell, or is it a secret? What are the rules to have...
He's been missing for 7 years, and his reputation went down in that time. That was also mentioned blatantly in the show.
Having this title, we don't know.
Shut up, Dio. I don't need any of your back shots.
Because we're never shown anything about this. Despite this idea of being the strongest sinner, actively contributing and being a driving force to Alastor's entire arc throughout the season, to get Vox to become the strongest sinner in hell in order to break his deal with Rosie. Despite all of this, it's...
Why is that? Yeah, that's exactly what happens, and it's clever. What is your problem with that?
Never elaborated. And might I add, Rosie elaborated. Break his Vox to become the strongest sinner in hell in order to break his deal with Rosie. Despite all of this, it's never elaborated.
You know, they say there's two types of people. People who could extrapolate from missing data. That's the joke.
And might I add, Rosie, who has also never been shown to the audience as someone who can actually grant this imaginary power, what makes her so special? Is she even telling the truth? It's never shown.
Well, yeah, dumbass, because there's 2 more seasons. It's another mystery being set up. We don't know why Rosie has that power. We don't know what her position is. There's a hint that she's maybe working for Lilith, but we don't know. There's a lot of hints toward what her end goal might be. My theory is that Rosie and Lilith are interested in breaking Lucifer's chains. That's my theory. And whatever happened 7 years ago that made Rosie tell Alastor to fuck off and made Lilith a prisoner of heaven, yeah, I think that's all related. Something happened 7 years ago.
And this isn't something you can just excuse as waiting for the next season in order for it to make sense.
Why? Yeah, you gotta wait for the story's over to find out what these mysteries mean. That's very normal, Pig King. That's how a story works. And, you know, I heard someone, I'm kind of repeating phrasing I heard from someone else, and I can't remember where it was exactly. But they're saying, like, the problem with the way people try to do media analysis these days is they're always trying to beat the story. They're always trying to get ahead of the story and guess where it's going. So much so that they don't pay attention to what's right the fuck in front of them. You know, they don't just sit there and pay attention to the story and take it in, and then come up with their criticisms and interpretations. You know, like... It's Zoomers, man. They were really fucked by COVID. I mean, I didn't believe it at first, but like some of them are barely literate. Some of them, you know, like COVID really fucked up these kids, man.
In order for it to make sense, it's an integral part to this season's story, And yet not only is it completely ambiguous, but it has so many potential holes that you just can't help.
So he just hates ambiguity. Oh, there's potentially plot holes here. I don't know, because I haven't seen the whole plot yet. But there's potentially holes, because I don't like what's happening. This is not how you analyze media. Like, yeah, it's ambiguous right now. Okay? You gotta wait to see what the deal is. Why? Yeah, they're tempting you to watch the next part. That a lot of times, especially serialized things like that, will have a hook to get you to watch or read the next part. You know how fundamental story things, you were talking about fundamental writing techniques, that's also one of them. Keeping the audience interested by giving them breadcrumbs of mysteries you're going to reveal later. Yeah, that's been done in many things.
Ambiguous, but it has so...
That's the thing with most of the people I react to, Cat Peasant, and why I get so heated. They don't understand stories. They don't understand storytelling. They act like they do, but they really don't. And it drives me up the wall.
So many potential holes that you just can't help but admire how dumb it really is in the end. It's like telling someone they're going to play a game, but you
How is it dumb? I mean, it was a masterful move on his part. Got himself out of 2 fucking deals. Went into a deal trapped himself just to get out of another deal. And we do see a lot of imagery of Alastor kind of like behind bars and enclosing himself. So it seems like this is a technique of his that he does. He'll put himself in a situation to later weasel out of that situation and another situation, you know?
Someone they're going to...
I wouldn't say he's as bad as Lily. He hasn't, like, made some out-of-pocket, like, political current event statement yet, so that's, he's got that over on her, at least. His comprehension, though, is not great.
Play a game, but you never actually tell them the rules in order to play that game. You're essentially leaving your viewers...
All the pieces are there, Pinky. Like, everything, like, each season has its own first act, second act, third act. And then the overall show is also going to be a first act, second act, third act. So there is an overarching story that is going to go across all 4 seasons. Meanwhile, each season also has its own beginning, rising action, climax, first act, second act, third act. How most stories work. You know? Like, in movies, in books, like, they all tend to work this way. You have the beginning, the middle, and the end, you know? So each season also has to do that within the larger narrative being told across every season. And we get more clues of the larger narrative in each season. But we're not gonna know what's up until season 4. So maybe just hang on to your pink britches there, you know?
In the dark on a subject that should, at the very least, have something we can compare it to. So when you don't establish the rules to your key plot...
I mean, he's in his early 20s, and I'm in my 40s, so to me, he's a kid. Yeah, sorry.
...device, the audience isn't gonna care, because to us, it's just another meaningless title. However, despite that being a pretty major issue, the problems don't stop there. Because once again, the writers can't seem to make up their minds.
Yeah, he's baby. Unlike what some people think, my audience does tend to be made up primarily of people in their 30s. So...
on what to do with Alastor. Is he the host of the hotel? Not really. We're never shown him actually doing anything at the hotel to begin with.
No shit, Sherlock. He doesn't want to be doing it. Do you remember the opening of the show? Okay, hang on. What the hell? Alastor's ad for the hotel. Let's look at Alastor's ad for the hotel. And listen to it very carefully.
Well, hello there, you wayward sinner. Do you like blood, violence, and depravity of a sexual nature? Of course you do. That's why you're in hell. But what would you say if I told you there was a place to stay that had none of that? Welcome to the Hazbin Hotel, a misguided path to redemption. Founded 5 days ago by Lucifer's delusional daughter, Charlotte Morningstar. Come place your fate in her inexperienced hands as she tries to work through her daddy issues by fixing you. Here we offer fun things, such as somewhat functional staff and 24-hour pass.
The staff you brought, you motherfucker!
Control. custom rooms, and just look at this turkey parlor. Enjoy riveting conversation with our singular resident. Wow! All this and more at the Hazbin Hotel. Your last desperate attempt at salvation starts here.
So, did you get how passive-aggressive that was the entire time, calling Charlie delusional, saying her ideas are misguided, being very sarcastic? Part of it's because they made him use a camera, and he was very angry about that. But Alastor has never liked working at the hotel. Rosie was making him do it. Rosie was the one who ordered him to go help the hotel. How did you not understand that? They didn't, like, tell it directly, they didn't exposit that, you kind of had to infer it from their conversation, which is show don't tell then. So how did you not pick up on that when you want things to be show don't tell? It sounds to me like you actually need things to be told to you, Pink King. Yeah, he's never liked working there, he's always been passive-aggressive about it. Rosie got pissed at him for quitting, he went to her and said he quits because he can't stand it there anymore. You know, he never liked helping the hotel. He was always doing it under duress and against his will, and that was clear even in Season 1, before we knew he was under somebody's control. And this is why I think Rosie has something to do with Lilith, because she sent Alastor to help Charlie, Lilith's daughter, you know, without, you know, showing her own involvement. So, yeah, so, like... Oh, hey, we're only on the second video, Liminal X, so don't worry about it. And this is probably going to be a long fucking stream. But yeah, so how did you not get that he never liked working at the hotel and never actually was doing this of his own volition? And was always very passive-aggressive about it? Like, how did you fail to notice that? When this is, like, your favorite character. You don't even understand him. That's the thing. He's like, we gotta talk about Alastor's fundamentals, when you don't even understand what kind of character he is fundamentally. For God's sakes. And he hates Lucifer. I thought he was directly working for Lilith, and that's why he had a problem with Lucifer. But no, he just doesn't like... I think maybe his problem is just he doesn't like not being the most powerful person in the room, and that's why he hates Lucifer. I think Alastor is that petty. That could be his sole problem with him, just that he's a more powerful being, and he doesn't like that. I would believe it.
With. So him quitting doesn't feel like some big moment because it ultimately just ends up kind of feeling meaningless.
Yeah, the whole quitting thing was so we could be clued into the fact that Rosie is his sole owner. So
him losing to Vox supposed to be this big deal? Well, they say it.
He didn't lose to him, he deliberately surrendered to him as part of his plan. The plan he hatched after talking to Rosie.
But we've never seen Alastor actually beat Vox. And while you could point to their Stayed Gone song in Season 1, that was a musical number where they were just talking to each other at...
Vox isn't really the type of guy who gets his own hands dirty. He kind of did at the end of Season 2 because he was flush with power and kind of going mad, you know? But he usually isn't the one to do his own dirty work.
Most. But this is an actual fight that is supposed to move the story along, and outside of that, we've never actually seen them go head-to-head, and/or...
It did move the story along. It did move the story... Are you stupid?
was a musical number where they were just talking to each other at most. But this is an actual fight that is supposed to move the story along, and outside of that, we've never actually seen them go head-to-head, and/or Alastor constantly beating him at that. We're just told that he's always won, but never shown any of it.
So he thinks their rivalry is about having fights in the past, because again, he thinks this is a battle shonen anime, even though, yeah, the fights were pretty fucking anime in Season 2, and I appreciate that, but that does not make it a, thank you for timing out the actual trolls who were doing damaging things, Miss Jasmine. Yeah, but dude, the whole joke is they're TV and radio. They're TV and radio. That's why they don't like each other. They're TV and radio. That's it. That's the joke. That's why they don't get along. And they're both the same level of power hungry and hypocritical.
And outside of that, we've never actually seen them go head to head, and or Alastor constantly beating him at that. We're just told that he's always won, but never shown any of it. So instead of this being a shocking moment, it once again just kind of feels meaningless.
It wasn't supposed to be a shocking moment. Oh my god! So, after Alastor goes and sees Rosie, we see him pacing around in a park in front of a statue of the morning stars. And he's like, think, Alastor, think. How do I get out of this? Think. And he sits down and he goes, oh yes, that's good. Oh. And then immediately after that, he goes and calls out Vox. So, not this one. That's at the end. That's him versus the V's we want.
Now who are we killing? And can I film it?
No.
So he goes and calls out Vox, fights them for a bit, pretends... Well, he probably wasn't going to be able to win with his injury in the first place. So what he does next, as part of his plan...
Someone should really put this thing out of its misery.
We're here, Alastor!
No, wait. It's after this, but I appreciate Nifty running in and just yeeting, let's get to the fight! But anyway, as part of his plan, this is what he does next. And I think part of it, he just wants to end the fight to save Nifty and Husk. Because they're useful to him. I don't think he actually cares about them. He might actually care about Nifty, but they're his useful minions.
Gun!
Wait!
See, because right after the two of them get pinned, he goes, wait, how about this? I'll be your prisoner. Just take me prisoner. You win. And Vox is like, really? Oh my god, I'm a winner?
Call off your goons! I have a proposition for you.
Excuse me?
Now or never!
Val, hang on!
We keep going back and forth, and it's growing really tiresome, quite boring, actually. And it's making it harder for me to do what I have to do.
Yeah, of course!
I know, I gotta be careful I don't get sniped by, Jeff Bezos.
Point.
How about we make a little deal? I'll join your propaganda parade and be your little prisoner. All I ask for in exchange is... 2 tiny, itty-bitty conditions.
The fuck is he doing?
What conditions?
Let these irrelevant little nobodies run along home. But more importantly, you're not to lay your hands on Charlie Morningstar.
And that was what cinched it. He knew he could wriggle his way out of this deal with Vox, because he knew Vox wouldn't be able to help himself, and at some point would put his hands on Charlie's shoulders, like he always used to do to Alastor back in the day, and it always annoyed Alastor a lot. And he's still mad about it 70 years later. So yeah, this was all part of his plan. He's like, well, but Vox, did Vox really win? It didn't amount to anything, but this is the setup for what he does in the finale. So yes, there's setup and payoff. The things you said it doesn't have. Like, yeah, he's a manipulator. He's a trickster character. He's 5 steps ahead.
Wait.
And then, of course, Vox falls for it because he's an idiot who likes easy wins and easy praise.
It's a deal.
Yeah, he thinks he's fucking won here because he's an idiot. You know? He knows exactly what buttons to push on Vox. He knows exactly how to manipulate him. You know, that was his plan all along. His plan, from even before he started the fight, was to have this happen. You know? So, that was his plan all along. How did you not understand it? Again, he might have been doing this before the season was over, which is maybe why you should maybe wait till the season is over to make videos like this.
Is Alastor's injury from Adam actually something to
So this season also made me really, really love Christian Borle as a performer.
worry about? No, not really. Because outside of the first few episodes, it's never brought up again. Despite them making such a big deal out of
what
it
isn't? Wait a minute, what?
One, but never shown any of it. So instead of this being a shocking moment, it once again just kind of feels meaningless. Is Alastor's injury from Adam actually something to worry about? No, not really, because outside of the first few episodes, it's never brought up again.
What the fuck do you mean? We just watched fucking Vox rip his stitches out. We see him alone in his room, looking at the injury, and smoking a cigarette and drinking some whiskey, so we can tell he's in pain. We can tell it's limiting him. We've seen him in pain from it several times before this. And that's showing and not telling. What you really want, Pink King, is for the show to tell you things. But it also kind of does, because even in this scene where he's agreeing to become Vox's prisoner, Husk goes, "What the hell is he doing?" Which is a in-character thing, yes, but it also clues to the audience that, oh, wait, is he doing something here? Maybe we should pay attention to this and you know, keep it in mind that he's doing this. You know, it's very, very well done. I love Season 2. Season 2 made me a fan, you know? I will probably take the supers again after the video. Again, I'm trying to be as fair as possible. But his opinions are dumb.
Despite them making such a big deal out of it early on, they forgot that Alastor's supposed to be weakened, and so just have him go full out.
You forgot he's supposed to be weakened. Why do you think he gives himself up to Vox on purpose?
On Vox in the finale, where he doesn't even do anything that meaningful in his fight with Vox. You see, there's a pattern forming here.
So why does he have to have a meaningful fight with Vox? He's not the main character, Pinky. If he was the main character, yeah, it would be his rivalry with Vox would be the overarching plot. But he's not the main character. The overarching plot has been Charlie versus Vox. And Vox's misinformation versus Charlie's sincerity. And that does pay off in the end. He's not the main character. Your entire problem is he's not the main character. For fuck's sake. Why does woman need to be main character when it could be my favorite male blowbo? I take exception to being called misogynistic.
Told Alastor
He's turning into Shad now. This is terrible.
Supposed to be a certain thing, only to never get shown what that certain thing means, or if Alastor's actually deserving of that thing.
What, deserving of what? The injury? What are you talking about now? You know?
That's the problem with Alastor, and why so many people call him a fraud. We're constantly told he is something, only to see the exact opposite. And what frustrates me most about this is that it really didn't have to be like this. There was one thing about...
I bet it really pissed him off when Amir Talai posted a sorry form for everybody who called Alastor a fraud after the end of the season.
Alastor in Season 2, which was not only good, but dare I say fantastic. That being his plan to trick Vox. The way he went about it and how he used...
So now you're praising the plan, but you misunderstood the point of him surrendering in that fight was all part of that plan. He comes up with that plan immediately after talking to Rosie. We see him do it. We just don't know what he's thinking. But we see him hatch a plan in his head, and it's like, oh, what's he gonna do? You know? Yeah, surrendering to Vox was completely part of the fucking plan. How do you not understand?
Used Vox's own ego and mannerisms to beat him was genuinely great. But there's a clear difference.
Yeah, he uses Vox's own mannerisms against him to beat him instead of just fighting him in a big anime fight, because he's a trickster. That's the kind of character he is. I don't know how you don't understand this. Why? Why?
Great. But there's a clear difference here as for why this element worked and why all the other ones did not. And do you want to know what that thing is? It's because they actually showed us. All throughout the season, we're constantly shown how Vox likes to touch people, constantly putting his hands on other people's shoulders. We're constantly shown that he also has a god complex, with him genuinely believing that he can take over heaven. We're constantly shown all of these elements and Alastor playing off them brilliantly, all through the art of showing, not telling, and the irony practically speaks for itself here. The one time they actually set something up and lay out established rules is also the one time where they get Alastor right.
Okay, so now he's praising the overarching plan he had throughout the season? Uh-huh. So you saw the setup coming. And what? What's the problem then? It was completely set up. It was completely set up. Yes. What? What's the issue?
Well, I'm starved. Who wants some jambalaya?
So,
of course, you're showing the fucking pilot again.
In conclusion, Alastor is a frustrating.
How was that even conclusive? You went, oh, why didn't he win his fight with Vox? But him tricking Vox was really cool. Okay? What's the problem then? That him losing to Vox and surrendering and being his prisoner was part of his plan. That was his entire plan from the start. What is he just went nowhere with that sentence, praised the thing he was just complaining about, and then said, in conclusion. What is this video? That's all it was, like, oh, I don't like how he lost a fight to Vox, but then the plan he had was really good, and really exemplified him as a character. But I still wanted him to win a fight, because I'm anime-brained. Narf. I should have ended his videos like that, yeah.
Rating case study for not only how you fail to write a serious character, but in saying that, I do also feel like it's important to say that if you like Alastor, despite all these issues that I've listed, that's perfectly okay.
What issues, though? You complained about the same thing you then just praised, and then said, in conclusion... You didn't say anything! You just canceled out both of your own points! What do you mean? And then you're saying he still has writing problems, even though you praised his entire arc in the season. Your only problem is that he's not the main character, and that you've never seen him win an anime battle. That's your only problem!
You're not an idiot for enjoying something.
You are an idiot, though, for your opinions.
People who do care for Alastor.
It basically is like, oh, I can't take the character seriously because he's never won a fight on screen. Therefore, he is badly written, even though everything he did in this season was pretty good. Yeah. Anyway, bye, innit? You know? What was the point of this video? What was even the point?
Despite his flaws, then more power to you. As even I, despite everything I have to say, do enjoy Alastor as well in a vacuum.
Yeah, we know he's your favorite fucking character and you want him to be the main character, we know.
When you just watch his clips on its own and don't take into account the rest of the series, it's a good time. So just know that when I do...
Oh, did you hear what he just said?
When you just watch his clips on its own and don't take into account the rest of the series, it's a good time. So
if you just watch all of Alice's clips and don't watch the rest of the show, it's a really good time. So yes, he is the only character you're focused on. You want him to be the main character. But you feel like you can't take him seriously because he hasn't won a fight on screen, and you think that's the show's problem. Even though you fundamentally misunderstand the show structure, the story structure, the character structure, and what this character is supposed to be. And that he's a supporting character. He's not the main character. Like, again, if he was the main character, him fighting Vox, early in the season and then fighting him again at the end of the season and beating him would be typically what you would do. So we just watched those two fights back to back and went, well, why is he losing this time? He's supposed to have a redemption in my eyes and win the fight this time and come out triumphant. But no, he's not the main character. Charlie is. You don't seem to understand this. Yeah, right? Good point, Space Frog. Pinky saying, well, if you remove all the women from the show, it's actually really good to watch. If you just remove all the women and ignore the arc of the main female character, I take offense to being called misogynistic, by the way. I just think if you remove all the women, the show would be better. This is unreal.
So just know that when I do criticize Alastor, I'm not criticizing you for liking him. Like whoever you want to like. But what I am criticizing is the show. Because as much as I want to enjoy Alastor in context...
Are you criticizing the show, or are you criticizing the show you built in your head from only watching clips of Alastor and not anything else? Maybe we do have to watch this video on the finale to figure out if you actually watched the whole show and paid attention.
I can't. Because the show has made it very clear that it wants to be taken seriously. It wants to tackle...
The show wants to be taken seriously! Hazbin fucking Hotel! I mean, yeah, in places, it has serious scenes, but it's a comedy! Bro, do you understand this show is a comedy? Maybe he doesn't, because he only watches clips of Alastor, and he only watches Alastor's fight scenes. So he doesn't understand the show as a comedy. He thinks it's an anime. He actually thinks it's an anime. This is incredible. How does your brain work? I want to is his brain just like a checkerboard, like those eyes? I want to dissect him. Like a little bug. He kind of looks like one.
Heavy themes and have smart stories. They want you to think while watching it. But the problem is, they're just not good at making a show like that. You can't just turn your...
Maybe because it's a fucking comedy and not a drama, Pink King. Did you ever think of that? Thank you, Shark Jumping Walrus, for the burping chicken. I think we all needed that. If only chickens were real. What beautiful mythical creatures.
your brain off and enjoy Hazbin Hotel, because it's constantly demanding you pay attention to its themes and its...
Yeah, it's constantly demanding you actually pay attention to it, which you refuse to do and just watch clips of Alastor's fights.
Characters. So when you have a show like that and still have all of these problems that Alastor does, it's just inexcusable. Alastor...
But what problem? You canceled out both of your own points, so then there's no problem. What? Where was the problem, then?
Is a majorly problematic character.
Did you write this with ChatGPT?
Writing-wise. Because he betrays a lot of the basic fundamentals that come from storytelling. Show, don't tell. So,
except you just said, oh, it was so good that they did nothing but showing this time what his plan is. And now you're back to saying they always tell and don't show, even though you just said the opposite. How do you do this? How do you do this?
I feel it is important to address all of these issues, not out of hate for people who make these shows, but rather to educate...
But for my YouTube money, for my lazy slop content that doesn't actually mean anything or go anywhere or say anything substantial.
And learn from it. Because despite all of these issues being frustrating, at least there is something positive we can take away from it all. That being, what mistakes to avoid in the future, and what not to do when writing a character like Alastor.
Alastor is an amazing trickster character. You just can't accept that he is a trickster character. You want him to be the main character, and you want him to be like an anime power scale battle dude, which is not going to happen because that's not the kind of character he is. You fundamentally misunderstand what kind of character he is. All these problems you're talking about are in your own head and based on your own maladaptive perception of what you think the show is supposed to be. It's so confusing.
But I imagine a lot of you are going to have questions or even disagree with me on a lot of things. So, if that's you and
So if you disagree with me on a live stream, what I'm gonna do is make 2 cancel videos on you, and then participate in a 3rd cancel video with a transphobic anti-Semite, and somehow nobody ever calls me out on that.
you have something to say in the comments down below. I'd love to hear what you guys make of my analysis, and whether you think I got something wrong. Please.
Well, you heard him. He likes comments and being told if he got something wrong, so, yeah, you should tell him. I'm not saying harass him, but I'm like, he's obviously so full of shit here because he pooped his little pants. He pooped his little Sentai pants there when I critiqued his video the first time. And again, he just got slapped onto the end of a 6-hour live stream that was mostly about Limus's video, and I almost didn't even get to him, and he acted like this was like the biggest thing that ever happened to him in his life. You know?
Please tell me your honest opinions down in the comments below.
Oh, I'm telling you my honest opinions, little bro. I'm telling you my honest opinions.
I want to see what you guys thought of all of this, and if you enjoyed this video and want to see me make more breakdowns like this, then please subscribe. It does far more than you guys would ever know, and it lets me know.
He just gets clicks off the Hatedom, though. All he has to do is put out a video that has, like, problem, fail, broken mess on it, and he'll get clicks from the Hatedom. So don't bullshit me that he's not part of the Hatedom. That's where he makes his fucking numbers from. So, come on now. And these videos are just, they're pointless. They're just slop. All people are gonna do is just watch them, not really listen to what he's saying, go, yeah, Vivzie bad, yeah, Vivzie bad, show bad, woman showrunner bad, we must destroy her, bad. Anyway, let's do some supers, and I might take a break to go to the bathroom, and then we'll do some more videos.
At the Master Clockwork sent a super chat. Do these flamingos think Invincible is for kids?
I don't know. I don't know anymore.
At Sconsan Jam sent a super chat. I will defend Stolas always, our messy prince.
Yes. I've had people tell me it is for kids because teenagers watch it. Like,
at Miss Jasmine 305 sent a super chat. You gotta love these baby sycophants. Just like with Lily Orchard fans, they'd rather annoy you than actually watch and support their supposed fave YouTuber.
Yeah, or actually rebut my opinions.
At Chipmanly1 sent a super chat. Didn't prove his status? Motherfucker. He fought 3 overlords while injured and underpowered and still held his own.
True.
At Hikaru9624 sent a super chat. For those in the back, critique does not equal beef.
Exactly. And also I saw somebody else pointed out, maybe on Tumblr or something, that strongest sinner in hell doesn't mean 3 sinners couldn't jump him and fight him together and be more powerful. You know? Right?
At Sharuvi sent a super chat. Why isn't my special little guy the most special? Like buddy, I'm saying this as a sinner anime you enjoyer. It's not always about your man.
That's what
At Sconsan Jam sent a super chat. You know what would be funny? An Alastor and Rosie scene that's a parody of a Tennessee Williams play. A la Cat on a Hot Tin Roof or Streetcar.
I can see that.
At GookSharl3240 sent a super chat. It seems like these people don't care about art made for adults, or is just media illiterate. I don't understand. If you don't like it, don't watch it.
I think it's a combination of being young, being a COVID kid, being media illiterate, and being kind of illiterate in general. And again, it sounds like all he's ever watched before now is like Justice League cartoons and anime. And it's like, you gotta actually meet a show on its own level sometimes, and not what you expect out of all media, you know?
At Dana_Brain sent a super chat. If Alastor was a threat all the time, I don't think we would like him hanging out with Nifty. Or fighting Lucifer. Like he's meant to be endearing. At the Master Clockwork sent a super chat. Why hasn't Alastor married a bug? Like Omni-Man.
Yeah, get bug fucking. Come on.
At Sconsan Jam sent a super chat. BTW. If you like creepy stuff, there's a great stop-motion short called Mr. Vapey Man on YouTube. It's a PSA by an indie studio based in Bristol.
I do like
stop motion. Tyler Preston 699 sent a super chat. Alastor and Omni-Man, happy pet day.
Ah, they both call loved ones pets. That's what they have in common, yes.
And it's West 777 sent a super chat. Alastor successfully outplayed 3 parties and broke his deal with the overlord that controlled him, and people are still calling him weak. Oh my god, right? Crying face emoji. At Evie Tomato Soup Full sent a super chat. Pinky couldn't watch detective fiction.
Yeah, right. Why aren't they telling us the answer right away?
At Mr. DeBossBaby6969 send a super chat. Here's some money, go buy left-handed cigarettes.
Thank you.
At Miss Jasmine305 sent a super chat. People like Pinky act like the show is over whenever a season ends.
They're actually gonna after like a whole episode. Like, want the whole episode? Tell me the whole story. You know?
At the Master Clockwork sent a super chat. This is giving me Lily PTSD. What's with people wanting to know every detail of characters in the story from the beginning? Then there's no story.
Cause they don't. I don't know. For Lily, I feel like she's sitting there going, "Oh, you think you're smarter than me, show? You think you're smarter than me because I don't know what's going on?" I think that's just her brand of crazy. I don't know what Pinky's fucking deal is, you know.
At Miss Jasmine305 sent a super chat. A story where the plot plays out over time? Impossible. Everything must be spoon-fed to us in episode 1. How else will anyone know what's going on?
I bet he likes the second screen content mandate from Netflix, because that's him. It's aimed at people like him. Just remember to turn the music back on.
ActionFan19 sent a super chat. Al even went so far as to call the TV a noisy picture box.
Yeah, he was very pissed that they made him use a camera, and he doesn't like Hope in the Hotel.
At DinoNuggy22 sent a super chat. I will say it again, why can't we critique a show after it is done? All I'm hearing is someone being mad that their guesses about the show not correct.
Yeah, I know, it's dumb.
Sent a super chat. Big fan of the idea that Nifty has no contract and is with Alastor for sheer love of the game.
I've wondered that too. I wondered that in my video on the Hazbin finale. I was like, is she even under a contract with him? Does she just follow him around because she likes him? Because is she like secretly an overlord? What is happening? But I hope they never tell us. I hope they never fucking tell us. You know, that's funnier that way.
At Junos Power sent a super chat. These Hatedom streams need a bingo game at some point.
Maybe. I know we're probably going to be doing a few more because there's a lot out there.
At Hikaru9624 sent a super chat. As clever as Alastor's plan was, there was risk.
There was risk, yeah, but he did get out of it pretty easily because Vox is an idiot.
sent a super chat. Wait. Why would Alastor worry that Nifty gets shot? They can't die, unless Nifty's a special case? Suspicious.
No, maybe the show just kind of forgot that sinners respawn there. Yeah, that might be a bit of a plot hole, but maybe he just didn't want her to get hurt, you know? I mean, I think I said, he seems to actually kind of care about Nifty. Maybe that's me fooling myself, but he seems to.
At Jahudi9910 sent a super chat. I swear, so many Zimmermen can't understand anything more complex than fawn cadets and R farming. Fiction is wasted on these people. It's so infuriating. At _space frog sent a super chat. Late to stream tax. God, not Pinky, he owes us taxes.
Yeah, he owes me taxes for this.
At ActionFan19 sent a super chat. Fair? Since when does fairness count for lunkheads?
Well, I think it was in the pilot that they respawn. I'm not entirely sure if it's still part of the lore, actually, that sinners respawn. But it seems like that must be true, because then why would they need angelic steel just to kill them off permanently, you know? So it seems like that must still be true, that they do respawn at some point. It's probably not pleasant, though, you know? So...
At Thelonic111 sent a super chat. Pinky, show don't tell doesn't mean everything needs to be shown to the audience. The watchers are trusted to infer and speculate to increase intrigue, because the writers assume the audience is actually smart.
Yeah, sometimes the show is trusting you to infer things. It's like how I don't understand how he didn't get that Rosie is the one who made Alastor go help the hotel, except for the fact that they never directly say that. But you can infer it pretty well from their conversation. So he is complaining that the show is not telling, and is just showing him. He is complaining about that, because he actually needs the show to tell him things directly.
At Cleve93 Artois sent a super chat. What I think people don't understand is Alastor swindled his way to becoming the most powerful demon. Yes, he is strong, but he prefers his name to mean something, not his strength.
Exactly, and yeah, I mean, he is a hypocrite, because he's always telling Vox, oh, you needed help to be powerful. Like, so did you, motherfucker! Like, he is supposed to be a hypocrite, he isn't supposed to be perfect, he isn't supposed to be an unassailable badass. You know, he has his own flaws, his own character flaws, which is what makes him better than the pilot version.
At Evie Tomato Soup Full sent a super chat. Am sick of these videos going. If you like it, that's okay, after just relentlessly shitting on it and often insulting Vivzi. It's so patronizing. At the Master Clockwork sent a super chat. Quick, while she's going crazy, convince Sai to do Girl Alastor. With tail.
No, I'm working on this, alright?
At Sharuvi sent a super chat. Oh my god, he only watches Orifar Medits.
I think so. I really think so. Has he actually watched the entire show?
At sent a super chat. Ironically, to a lot of commentary people show don't tell memes show a character while they explain their thoughts and actions. I am tired. Boss.
Yeah, I know, right?
Emoji.
That's
At
definitely
Action
exposition.
Fan 19 sent a super chat. Mocking Pink voice. I'm Pink King. I don't mind being an idiot cause I sound like Ringo on Ritalin.
Sound like Ringo on Ritalin. At least my impression does. Alright, I think that's the last of the supers for now. I am going to go take a quick break and leave you guys with some music. What song is coming up next? Let's see. I really like that one that was just playing. I got that EP recently. I'll leave you with some Sad Face. And if you do like my music, I do have a Spotify version of the playlist of all the songs I play on stream, even songs I can't play anymore. Because they went back to demonetizing you instead of revenue sharing, flogging Molly. So yeah, if you like that, you can go to my Tumblr, and the pin post has a link to the Spotify playlist if you like any of the music I play, and I will be right back. My cats are snoozing on my bed right now, and they're very cute. I got a little distracted. Anyway, I'm back. Was everybody behaving? Men born after 99 can't think. All I know is video game, power scale, anime, eat takeout, and watch TikTok. Thank you, Lady Logan. Over on Twitch. Okay, so that was mind-numbing, huh? Wow, at least we're kind of getting through his videos quickly, though. So we might have time for his video on the finale and just rewatching the Hazbin pilot just for the fuck of it. He does have Digital Circus videos, if you guys are interested. And as a reminder, we are going to be doing a Digital Circus episode discussion stream on Saturday. Probably around... when do I usually do them? 5 or 6 p.m., I think, EST. So, yeah, I'm actually pretty excited about the Digital Circus episode coming up Friday, this Friday, the 20th. It's gonna be great. So, I will have a discussion stream the next day. I am having a Friday night stream, of course, so we will not spoil each other on the episode before the discussion stream. We gotta give people time to watch it.
At Plasmamu sent a super chat. Lurking sleepy tax. If I had $1 for every time these people got something wrong about this show, I think I would have $25.
I get dollars for people being wrong about this show, so thank you all. It does help me out a lot. Helps me make this a career, for better or for worse.
At ActionFan19 sent a super chat. By the way, Velvet says in episode 2 of season 1 that her best model was going to take forever to pull herself back together, so that's a telling clue about respawning.
Right, yeah, it is. I think they...
At Hikaru9624 sent a super chat. Parkville or deathmatch when?
Oh, Pink King would win. He's not as insufferable as Lords, let's be real. But, yeah, that's a good point. So I think maybe they do still respawn. It's like how, Val wasn't that pressed about, about Vox throwing his arm candy into the shark tank either, you know? So, yeah, it seems like they can respawn, but it's painful and takes a while. So it could even be that Alastor just saved Husk and Nifty because he would be inconvenienced if they had to respawn. You know, it could be that. I mean, we keep thinking maybe there's something deeper to him, and maybe he does care deep down, but we might be finding out that he really doesn't. He's just a sociopath. But that's okay. Hello, Rose Akira. We are going over the Pink King's Alastor videos, because they're all very incomprehensible and weird, and it seems like all of his problems with Alastor boil down to he wants Alastor to be the main character, and he thinks Hazbin Hotel is an anime where you can power scale. And he can't take Alastor seriously because he's never won a fight on screen. Nothing else he's done is impressive, apparently. So, yeah. Yeah, it's weird. Yeah, do the Hellborn have an afterlife, or are they just nothing after death? It's weird. Maybe they have their own heaven and hell. Wouldn't that be funny? It's just a never-ending cycle of different afterlives, you know? Who knows? I don't think they really think about it that hard. No, they were a creation of Satan, the imps, apparently, so... And other Hellborn were creations of the other, sins, I think. We still don't really know where the sins kind of came from. I mean, I'm sure there's some lore out there that Vivziepop has written that people know, but I don't. That's what the other thing people don't understand about me is I wasn't a fan of Vivziepop until, like, Hell of a Boss. I wasn't well impressed with the Hazbin pilot. I didn't follow her work or even have heard of her before then, so mostly, it was me getting mad at people having a lot of double standards and misunderstanding basic writing shit, and obviously having double standards and biases against the shows because Vivziepop is a woman, and it's very, 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 very blatant. As much as they all deny it, it comes out in bits and pieces when you listen to them talk. Kind of like Pink King sitting here saying, oh, the show's good if you only watch Alastor's scenes, and the only reason he lost to Adam is because they had to give Charlie the win. You know? It's like, you sure never talk about the female main character ever, Mr. Pink. Why do I gotta be Mr. Pink? You can finish that sentence in your head if you know it. Anyway, so... The Alastor problem is even worse now, so I think he must have made this one in the first half of season... No, but he talked about the fight He talked about the fight they have at the end, though. I don't know. Yeah, Pink King did a collab video with Blackish because they were both mad at me. Pink King was mad at me for reacting to his video, and Blackish was mad at me for reacting to Artisa's videos. So they did a heat piece together, and then it turned out that Blackish was, transphobic and homophobic and an anti-Semite, and he got terminated from YouTube, so that's... Kind of looks bad for you. It's funny how these out-of-context screenshots that Pink King threw all over the place of me are supposed to do me in, but that's fine for him. I guess maybe it's because he's a man. Anyway, so...
And the Alastor...
Okay, so what is your problem now? What is your problem now, Pink Bro? What is it?
And the Alastor problems.
He did do a video disavowing Blackish, but he didn't really take accountability for it, so, he was mostly just like, well, I didn't know he was like that. He was just a guy I talked to who offered me to be in a video, and I didn't look up anything about him. Yeah, I am smoking. Shut up. I'm token. I need it. This guy is so boring. He's boring, but he's also incomprehensible. It's the worst fucking combination.
And the Alastor problem's even worse. Oh dear, just when it was going so well, you
didn't even make it O-D-E-E-R, come on, what kind of fucking fake-ass Alastor fan are you?
Oh, and let me down again. So peeps, Hazbin Hotel Season 2 is back, with 2 brand new episodes for us to chew.
Okay, so he did make that video before the season was over. I guess maybe there was footage of them fighting toward the end, so he just guessed in his head that there was gonna be another fight. 420 where you are? Hell yeah.
And right away you could probably tell I wasn't a big fan of them. Within my personal opinion, episode 3 being—
Well, actually, it's also 420 here. I guess my instincts just took over and I had to take a toke, you know?
Wasn't a big fan of them. Within my personal opinion, episode 3 being by far the worst episode season 2 has to offer so far. With so many questionable decisions going on, the confusing direction with Charlie, and of course, the Alastor problem continuing.
Oh, he's another person who doesn't understand that we're seeing character flaws in Charlie that have been there since season 1. They're just ramped up because she has the V's fucking with her. So... You gotta explain anything else about why you don't like this episode? Is this the same one where he surrenders down to Vox? I can't remember. This is the episode where they come to the hotel, and they do that whole train bullshit, and Charlie makes an ass of herself. Yeah. Like, yeah, Charlie's always been like this.
And of course, the Alastor problem continuing. These 2 episodes, man, were really a letdown, especially with all the hype I had coming from the premiere. But why? What caused this sudden drop in quality? And is this a sign for what's to—
Weren't you, like, praising his dealing and wheeling last video? Like, I don't understand.
Come with the rest of this he did enjoy, starting with Vox.
When's the last time you've done that in any of these videos? You never start out with things you enjoy. This is a new thing? Oh shit! Ah! I'm dropping frames. Is it because I was toking? Hang on, we'll take a little pause. Oh, that was close. Okay. Hopefully the Amazon bots didn't get me, I don't think. Okay, we're having a little bit of a brain fart. Hang on. Okay, I think it's recovering. Come on. No! King is eating my Y. Okay, I think we're good. Unfortunately, I lost kick. I didn't have to restart my whole fucking computer, though. It's OBS. It was OBS. It was OBS what was doing it. So anyway, I kind of lost kick, but I make like $4 on kick, so I think it's fine. I closed, Twitch should be back up as well. I had to close Clip Studio, so give me a second. Let me close a few other things I opened here trying to fix this shit. We can listen to Toby Fox's music while we listen. Don't worry about what Kick is. I'm just experimenting over there. It doesn't really matter. I got maybe 2 real viewers on it. Okay, then we're good. Let me just reopen, Clip Studio. Yeah, it might have been a RAM issue as well. It might have been a RAM issue that did me in. Let's hope it does not happen again. Okay, I saved the impinkable art here. No, it's happening again! It's happening again! Okay, I think it went back up this time, though. Like it's supposed to. Maybe it is a RAM leak. Jesus. Okay, because this does happen to me sometimes. Okay, I think we're back. We remember what Pink King was talking about. I don't. So maybe we'll rewind a little bit. So as I was saying, it does seem clear to me that he made that first video we watched before the ending of Season 2. Which is very odd. So... I mean, Kick is like a knockoff of Twitter. Knockoff of Twitch, basically. A lot of IRL streamers on it, but they do monetize you pretty quick. Okay, yeah, what loyal people stayed with me? You're all the real ones. You're all the real ones who didn't just leave right away. Okay, anyway. Okay. I'm just paranoidly looking at my bitrate right now. Okay, let's keep going. All you stayed are the real ones. You are carrying your cross with me to having to sit through this boring Brits bullshit. Ah, I alliterated. Excellent. Anyway, so... Oh yeah, and Hikari, you had a...
9624 sent a super chat. Don't forget to top up your RAM with RAM fluid, folks. You'll run out of RAM if you don't, and it'll stop the RAM sticks working.
You know how expensive RAM is these days. Let me replay your other one that we missed.
9624 sent a super chat. We coming to colonize your stream, sigh.
I got that just as I was turning OBS off to restart it. There we go. Sure, you'll get a penny, Space Frog. How's that? That'll be your cut, a penny. So, let's just keep going after all that drama.
Yeah. But why? What caused this sudden drop in quality? And is this a sign for what's to come with the rest of the season? Hey guys, it's the Pink King here, and we have a lot to talk about because just when it was getting good, here comes 2 episodes to ruin the fun. Now, before we get into the negatives, let me just start with what I actually did like about these 2 episodes, because, you know, I think it's always a good thing to start off with the 2 things I actually did enjoy, starting with Vox. Yeah, that's it. No, jokes aside, though, Vox is still the absolute highlight of the season so far, with his performance stunning once again, as his sense of humor and just pure villainy clashes with the main cast in a...
I think a lot of that, too, is Christian Borle performing his fucking heart out. I know I'll get demonetized if I show it again, but I always love to show the clip, the behind-the-scenes clip of him singing Vox Day. It's so good. Like, you can see, like, the veins in his neck popping as he hits those final notes. It's amazing. Don't you dare, bitrate. I see you going down
really
again.
Fun
No.
Way. Anytime Vox is on screen, it's a good time in my books. In fact, all the vocal performers here really give it their all in order to stand out, especially Charlie's voice actress, who brings just a lot of energy and...
Oh my god, he actually praised Charlie for once. This is a first, at least... Well, I'm only watching his Alastor video. It was the same way he only watches clips of Alastor instead of the whole show. But, oh my god, he actually praised Charlie for once.
Passion that's so infectious. She really knows how to make a performance stand out. But unfortunately, that passion...
Yeah, what are you gonna say with your big butt here? You're gonna put your big butt right in our face, aren't you? But yeah, Erica Henningsingen... Hen. I can't ever say her last name right. I love her as Charlie. She's amazing. She 100% understands the assignment. She's absolutely fucking perfect casting. I love her.
Passion was misplaced because of just how insufferable Charlie was in this episode. Okay, let's talk about Charlie, because...
Main character has flaws. Why can't she be flawless and also Alice should be the main character and be flawless?
Man, episode 3.
That's how the back of your jacket works, huh? I see, it's another, oh, you do have pink shoes on. And they're not boots, they're shoes. I would have thought you'd have Sentai boots on or something. Okay, I'll change my drawing.
Man, episode 3. They really did everything in their power to make Charlie as unlikable a protagonist as possible. I understand her whole thing is that she's desperate.
I would love to hear why, because I found her very relatable and enjoyable in this season, and I love Charlie. She is supposed to be a little naive, she is supposed to be a little over-optimistic, she's supposed to be a little ADHD, she has character flaws, oh my god. Again, like I've said before, all these people that get mad at Charlie having character flaws are the exact kind of people who, if they were writing a story, would write their character as a Mary Sue. They fucking would, you know?
Possible. I understand her whole thing is that she's desperate to prove the hotel works, but even she, since season 1, was never this bad in terms of how she treats her friends.
Okay, I was gonna say this bad in her naivety, because I was gonna bring up, I'm gonna bring up, what is it, Beautiful Day in Hell, like...
Bad in terms of how she treats her friends.
Yes, Pinky, that's a deliberate flaw you're supposed to know is a flaw. She gets so wrapped up in proving herself to Vox that she's kinda shitty to Angel Dust. She isn't meaning to, but she's neglecting him and... Oh my goodness, thank you for the Super Saiyan tomato, I think that was. That was loud. I really need to go in and turn down the sounds on some of the newer ones. They fucking jump scare me too. Golden tomato, everybody. You got a golden tomato. Grats. I completely forgot what we were talking about.
In terms of how she treats her friends.
Oh yeah, it's supposed to be a deliberate character flaw that her pride overwhelms her and she ends up treating Angel Dust kind of shittily in order to prove herself to Vox. Yeah, that's supposed to be a character flaw that is supposed to be there and was written deliberately there because that's the character Charlie is. She has flaws.
And I get what they're trying to do. After all, Charlie just found out that Pentious got redeemed and that her dream is actually possible. But to go as far as to constantly poke and prod into Angel Dust's personal life, despite him saying many times that he's not comfortable with it, is just...
She is the daughter of the sin of pride. She does have problems with pride. They're not as obvious as Lucifer's, but she does have problems with it.
It's really annoying, especially the fact that she invited the V's over to the hotel, who are still technically Angel's master.
I love when a character does something in a show that is a deliberately written character flaw that character is going to learn a lesson from. And all people like this go is, what she do that for? Why didn't she act perfectly in this situation and know that she was bothering her friends? Why doesn't everybody in stories just act 100% perfectly and rationally and logically at all times? Then there wouldn't be a fucking conflict. And you think real life is like that? Maybe he's one of those people who thinks everything he does is flawless and perfect, and he never does anything wrong, you know? Maybe that's why they all expect the main character to be this way.
Despite his protest, she just went along with it. It just seemed too far, even for her, and so felt really forced and only made Charlie...
Yeah, but you forget the factor of Vox riling her up and constantly, like, getting her slandered in the news and turning narratives against her. Like, the news is on his side and is in his pocket, so they're constantly lying about her on TV, and Vox is constantly poking and prodding her. And obviously, he's not going to be fair. He's not going to be reasonable. He just wants to make her look as bad as possible. She wants to be genuine, and that's the problem. So she's getting so worked up in beating Vox that she doesn't realize she's hurting Angel Dust and is neglecting him. You know? And then she learns that later. It's almost like this is a character flaw of hers. You know? Like, and she was really stressed out and losing sight of things. You know, that's exactly what her and Vaggie talk about later. You know? So, we're still dipping a little bit, but it's not as bad as it was before, I think. Come on. Come on, get back up to green. We got more videos to watch.
Unlikable. The fact that she did all of this anyways, despite knowing how Angel felt about it, is atrocious. And the worst part is...
I'm sure you've never done anything that has hurt another person that you didn't mean to do. It's like, remember when you just joined that hit piece on me with Blackish without looking into Blackish at all as a person? You just took him at his word and went and joined his slander piece on me? Remember when you did that? Do you think that was maybe a mistake or a flaw on your part? Maybe a flaw in your thinking, Pinky? Or do you think you've never done anything wrong in your life?
Despite that clearly being the message that they're trying to push, she still doesn't learn her lesson. As in
it feels like they made her dumber for the sake of letting the plot happen. Again, she's under a whole lot of stress. She literally had an angel come down from heaven and told her redemption is real, but she's the only one who witnessed this message from an angel. It's a lot like a prophet, you know, talking to God in the desert and running back to convince everybody else. That's the situation she starts in. And then Vox also has, like, blimps calling her a dictator. He has the news slandering her. And then she invited him over specifically to, like, show him it works. Saying, no, see, this really works, so this is why you should support this, but he never was going to. She doesn't realize she can't convince him with words, because he doesn't want to be convinced. He doesn't care about anything but taking her down, and she's just too naive to really understand that at first. I never made a video on Blackish, that's the funny part. I never fucking made a video on the guy. I never reacted to his videos. His videos were just, like, mumblecore, recorded on, like, an Xbox 360 headset with terrible editing. You know, why would I watch that?
Very next episode, she goes on the Katie Killjoy show, despite her previous attempts on there not working. And the reason they give is beyond stupid. Like, her saying that, oh, if it's live, they can't manipulate it. Like, you tried that already! Before several times, and it didn't work, so why makes you think?
Wait, when did she do that in this season? Are you talking about the pilot when she went on Katie Killjoy? Because, yeah, that was the pilot, but I don't think she, yeah, I think this is the first time she actually tried, like, the live news, I'm pretty sure, but, man, I could be wrong, but...
I think that's gonna work now. Charlie's always been a bit of a dull, confusing character to me, but up until now, I haven't had a problem with her.
The main female character is a dull, confusing character to me, which is why I only watch clips of my favorite male characters and wish they were the main character. Okay.
But here, man, she's just insufferable.
Oh, for fucks, can you not make your points in your video? You do this fucking text bullshit? Can she make mistakes, but they shouldn't come at the cost of making her character dumber and more insensitive without any proper reason why? Brother, she's always been like this. Happy day in hell, that's the thing. You know when she's running through the streets that are on fire and covered in guts and blood, and everything's falling apart, and she's saying, "It's a happy day in hell." You know, she has always been naive. She has always been overly optimistic. It's almost like she's self-deluded in a way. Like, she wants you also gotta remember that hell is the only environment she's ever known, so it's all very normal to her. But it is a bit, yeah, she's also a bit like Jack Skellington. She gets a little too wrapped up in her own ideas and won't listen to anybody else. And it's just like, no, it's gotta be great. It's gotta be great, everybody. Just try, like, let's just go. Let's just do it. So yeah, she's Jack Skellington is obviously her biggest influence. So, but yeah, she's supposed to be naive, but again, I do think it is a bit of self-delusion on her part. And I think we're gonna see that more and more as the show goes on.
To a point where she's just unlikable, and that's the opposite of what you want your main character to be. But among that, there's also some confusing decisions going on.
I mean, it's just you, though. You're like, oh, I find her unlikable because I don't find her manic scatterbrained energy endearing. And also, I wish Alastor was the main character instead, so the show is just poorly written. It's basically all of his arguments. I don't like it, therefore show is poorly written. And the reasons I don't like it are based on my own misapprehensions about what kind of show this is. These are the most pointless videos ever.
Around it, like with the whole Cherry Snake ship. Now, I get you shippers love this sort of stuff, but It makes no real sense here, because, you know, it's never been established that Cherry has any feelings for Pentious, and even if she did...
Well, it's almost like the guy, like, dipping her into a deep kiss and then immediately dying afterward, maybe, you know, kind of made her feel some kind of way. You know, there's that. You remember how he dipped her into a kiss and then immediately sacrificed himself to save all their lives? So, yeah, that probably got her feeling some kind of way. She always had fun being a rival with him, but she didn't know he actually felt that way for her.
He has any feelings for Pentious, and even if she did, why these two even like each other in the first place is still
So this video supposed to be about Alastor?
a mystery. But I guess the love song is fine, so it's not the worst thing in the world.
Okay.
But now, we need to get into the real meat and potatoes of what I want to talk about today.
Get into
and
the
that
beans
being the
on
thing you
toast,
clicked on this
alright?
video for, how the Alastor problem gets worse.
Yeah, why are we 4 minutes into this fucking video and we haven't even talked about your topic?
Because, I tell you what, after episode 4, my video is aging like...
Oh, you're right, Miss Jasmine. The whole song is about why they like each other, but like most of the Hazbin Hatedom, Pinky doesn't pay attention to the songs. Pinky doesn't understand musicals and thinks songs are something you just have to wait for them to be over, and for the plot to continue, not knowing that the song is the plot. You know, that is a frequent problem with these Hatedom videos. They just do not understand how musicals work. But he already said he mostly just watches Alastor's scenes and nothing else. So what does he even know?
like a fine wine. Now hold on, peeps. Do you...
You can't have fun. The show is trying to make us take it seriously. You know, this comedy is trying to make us take everything in it seriously just because there's some serious moments. This is how media illiterate he is. Like these kids really can't grasp the tone here. It's crazy.
want to be featured in a video, just like Salvik, Kiroto Stories, and the epic T-Rev.
Oh my god, how much did you pad this fucking video out? You're like, oh, let me just shout out my commenters because, reasons. So, okay, so now 5 minutes into this 12-minute video, we're finally getting into this fucking point, if there even is one.
Next video. But with that, let's get back into Hazbin Hotel. So, we finally get an episode mainly on Alastor, and it's pretty underwhelming. On top of the fact that the writers still have yet to learn their lessons from season 1.
In the last video we watched, you praised the flashback with him and Vox. Why do you have a problem with it now? I don't understand how you script... It is kind of like Lily, though, in a way. It is really kind of like Lily in that Lily will just, I lost my train of thought now. Damn it.
Pretty underwhelming. On top of the
I was gonna say, I forgot. I maybe shouldn't have taken those tokes. But no, Lily will forget what she says from video to video, unlike me who forgets what I'm saying from moment to moment. But I always bring it back somehow.
Video. But with that, let's get back into Hazbin Hotel. So, we finally get an episode mainly on Alastor, and it's pretty underwhelming. On top of the fact that the writers still have yet to learn their lessons from Season 1's mistakes, and still continue to push the same problems with Alastor as a character. Because, essentially, since his fight with Adam, Alastor's been in a bit of a rut, doing basically nothing. Heck, even when Vox himself shows...
He's doing basically nothing, because I want him to win a fight, and I only watch his fight scenes and nothing else in the show.
...up at the hotel, Alastor does nothing. He's never seen again for the rest of the episode, as he's still in a bit of a weird place with his wounds not healing as...
Well, he's also Vox's captive. Remember that? How he surrendered himself?
As well as his powers not fully working. Now, why is he like this? No clue, they never explain it. Why Alastor decides to...
His staff is broken, and he's injured from the fight with Adam. Okay, let's go to Alastor and Rosie's conversation. We also want to see, we have the first part of their conversation. Here we go.
Look, you can toy around with me all you want.
I think this is right after she was laughing in his face that he thought he could take on an archangel, which I'm sure Pinky really loved hearing.
But I've been running all over hell on some fruitless crusade for years, playing nice at a stupid hotel, because you promised me power, and now I'm lacking. So you better...
Sounds like you really could do it.
Okay, so I think he mentions in the song that she should fix his staff. Let me just find it so I don't get dinged for the whole thing. Yeah, here we go. Play just this bit so I don't get fucking canceled by Amazon.
I've served you faithfully for an age, obeyed demands, contained my rage, went off the air for years on your behalf.
I know.
So we're getting told all the things he says he doesn't understand right there.
You're so kind.
And since you made me disappear, my name inspires much less fear.
He was missing for 7 years, Pinky. That's why his name inspires much less fear now, and he doesn't like that.
Least that you can do is fix my staff.
In due time. Sing along.
So, yeah, his staff is broken. That's why he's depowered. That's why he can't heal. His name doesn't carry as much terror anymore because Rosie made him go away for 7 years, and he's been doing her bidding and doesn't like working at the hotel. You got all of that from this song, and the dialogue before the song. So see, Pinky, in a musical, the songs actually mean something. You don't just sit there waiting for them to be over. You actually are supposed to pay attention to the lyrics and what the characters are doing and saying to each other. You know, it's kind of like dialogue, but it's a little more efficient and it's told in a different way. So, yeah, that's how musicals work, sweetie. So you have to actually pay attention. All of your questions that you said they didn't explain are right here in this song.
Long, dear, you know the words. Don't you forget.
I won't forget.
You are my pet.
Yours since we met.
Yeah, so he's been under her control since he came to hell. You know? I just have to show my favorite part because...
I'm in your net.
The coop can't be found.
At least not yet.
Anyway, that's how you enjoy Alastor as a character. So, he just said they didn't explain all that. What he really means is he doesn't pay attention to the songs and doesn't watch the entire show and still makes these videos and calls himself a media analysizer. Media analysis, yeah.
To fight Vox out of nowhere despite being majorly compromised? Because we need a...
To surrender to him to get out of his other deal. Idiot.
Full fight for the trailers, duh. What is Alastor's plan exactly and why did he quit the hotel? They tried to make it seem like what Alastor does is supposed to be a sort of big grand plan that we're just not ready to understand yet. And once the payoff does come, it'll make all complete sense. Think of it as something similar to Captain Jack Sparrow, and how he initially seems like he has no real idea for what to do, only to see a genius plan slowly fall into place. As it's revealed...
Yeah, another trickster character who was a supporting character to the main characters of his series, and as soon as they tried to make him a main character, it didn't work, because he's not built for that. Yeah, Jack Sparrow, too, is a trickster character. Yes. Do you also think Jack Sparrow should be more like Omni-Man?
As it's revealed that he's been setting this plan up all along, and while I like that idea for Alastor on paper, in practice, it still feels too vague.
Didn't you say this was the best they've ever written him, this plan of his? Didn't you say that last time? What do you mean?
With Jack, they always made it apparent in either his actions or few visual clues that there's something more going on than it seems, but with Alastor, it's so sudden and unexpected.
Yeah, he sits in a park saying, think, how do I get out of this? And he goes, oh, that's a good idea, oh. And then he goes and surrenders the Vox and becomes his prisoner, and that gets him out of his deal with Rosie eventually. So yes, he started this plan right here. Everything he does after this is part of his plan. or at least moving toward his end goal. Things might not go exactly as he expected, but he's moving toward his final end goal. So yes, this entire time he was working toward his end goal of getting out of Rosie's deal. He doesn't give a shit about Vox here. You know, that's the only reason he antagonized Vox was so he could offer to surrender to him. That was always the plan. And this is just like Jack Sparrow, because Jack Sparrow doesn't sit there whispering to the camera, "Alright, mates, savvy, this is what I'm doing right now." Like, that doesn't happen, you know?
Expected that instead of being interested, we're just left confused as an audience. Because,
I mean, a lot of people guessed before I did that he was planning to make Vox the strongest in hell. Because, I mean, I was like, I don't know, I think him just needling Vox and trying to separate him from the other Vs is like, also part of his plan. I thought he was just gonna try to get Vox to turn on the other Vs. That was my thought, but a lot of other people did call it that he was scheming to make Vox the strongest in hell to get out of his deal with Rosie, and that's exactly what happened. So yes, it was set up. There were clues. You just didn't see them, and no, neither did I at first. So, yeah, who is we? Pinky, it's just you. Pink King, it's you.
Because you've established nothing, not even a crumb of what he might be doing, and so when you leave no breadcrumbs for us to follow,
I mean, there were plenty of crumbs. You can at least tell that he is purposefully bothering Vox and trying to make him piss off the other two Vs. You know, he is manipulating Vox the entire time. You don't know exactly to what end exactly. Like, I couldn't figure it out. I was like, maybe he's just trying to break up the Vs. Maybe he's doing the thing of getting out of his deal. I don't know yet. And it was fun to watch what he was working toward. And it all made sense in the end. So what do you mean?
Will inevitably get lost. But it's not only with Alastor's supposed master plan that's a big problem, but also his backstory. Because now, finally, after so many years of theories and potential explanations, we finally get how Alastor ended up in hell. Only instead of a fun and interesting reveal that tells us more about the character and pushes the narrative, it's so quickly brushed past and in such a demeaning way that it just falls flat. The excitement we had as an audience for it just completely dissipated.
I mean, even I knew his backstory was he was a serial killer and got shot in the woods in a hunting accident. Like, even I knew that. From, like, just people talking about Vivziepop's earlier world building.
It's because, as it turns out, Alastor got his powers and is also under the control of Rosie.
He's under control of a woman? This is inexcusable. I hope that's not what he's gonna say, but I don't know at this point.
Of Rosie. And it's revealed to us in such a casual conversation and a short musical number that not only is it underwhelming...
That also explained everything you said you didn't think they explained. Wait, why am I getting comments from Kick? I thought I wasn't streaming there right now. But... yeah, that whole song sequence and the conversation they had before it explained everything you just said wasn't explained. This is all just you not paying attention, Pink King. That's all it is.
Dissipates, because, as it turns out, Alastor got his power-
Like, you don't pay attention, you make these garbage, pointless videos about the Helliverse because it gets you clicks from the hatedom who just blindly hate the show because they hate that a woman succeeded. So yeah, you are part of the problem, sorry.
For it just completely dissipates, because, as it turns out, Alastor got his powers and is also under the control of Rosie. And it's revealed to us in such a casual conversation and a short musical number that not only is it underwhelming, but it's also confusing. What's so special about Rosie that she can apparently make someone the strongest demon in hell?
Well, that's a question, isn't it? That is probably going to be answered in subsequent seasons. It's setting up a mystery, the overarching plot that's going to arc across all 4 seasons. That's how a show works. Especially in one with a serialized story. Like, yeah, everyone's saying he's not in the hatedom. How? He gets clicks off of them for these garbage fucking videos that don't say anything except his own misunderstandings of the show. And we also knew he was under somebody's contract because he threatened Husk after Husk made a bitchy little comment about it. You know?
Especially if she's just an overlord like everyone else herself.
Well, that's the question.
Why does Alastor even want to be the strongest demon in hell? What does he have to gain from it? And most of all, what the—
His own self-protection. He seems like he never liked anybody being above him, and yet he will purposely put himself below other people or in a cage to get a leg up later on. It's a very interesting, kind of weird, contradictory dynamic he has.
Does this reveal add to the story? Because other than them telling the audience who Alastor is, this reveal doesn't contribute anything.
It explains to us why he's helping the hotel when he clearly doesn't want to. Because Rosie sent him to do it. Like her little errand boy. You know?
The narrative. What does it add to his beef with Vox? Nothing. What does it—
Do you think the only part of his character is his beef with Vox? Again, he's acting like Vox. He's acting like Alastor's the main character and Vox is his main rival. Why does his deal with Rosie have to do anything with his relationship to Vox? Again, it's like he's expecting Alastor to be the main character and overcoming Vox to be his climax in this season, which if he was the main character, it probably would be. But he's not the main character, and you have to get over that.
Beef with Vox? Nothing. What does it add to his relationship with Charlie? Absolutely nothing. And so when you make your big
It explains why he's helping the hotel when he clearly doesn't want to. He doesn't even, like, really like Charlie? He's just using her? He's just using most people around him, really.
He'll add nothing to the overall story. It just falls completely flat and feels boring, because at that point you could cut it out of the story entirely and nothing would change. Heck, this reveal—
How would nothing change? It's instrumental to the climax, for one thing. And we were already established in Season 1 that he's under somebody's contract. And that he doesn't like working for the hotel. The seeds were there in Season 1. And I love how it recontextualizes them visiting Rosie in Season 1. Where she comes up to him like, Alastor, where have you been? And it's like, you don't fucking know, lady. You're the one who told him to go away.
Is so insignificant that it's not even revealed to any of the main characters. It's only shared between two people who already know the story. And so once again, it adds nothing.
Why would Alastor tell his human backstory to any of the people around him? That would be a vulnerability. Why would he do that? Why would he do that? And it's kind of lampshaded, where Rosie's like, I don't need to tell you your own story. And he's like, please don't. She's like, I'm gonna do it anyway. You know, it's like... And then she's like laughing in his face about how he died, and laughing in his face about how he thought he could take on an archangel. Let me see if I can find their whole conversation, because I love Rosie in that conversation. Only 30 seconds.
By all means, tell me.
I'm sure you know all about Charlie's little hotel and how I've been helping out.
Of course I do.
Yes, well...
Of course I do. She's the one who sent him.
I just quit.
You what?
You see, I've been there about a year or so, and after all of the pointless singing and crying, I'm afraid I see no further reason for my presence there.
He's never liked Charlie. He's never liked Charlie. What do you mean his relationship with her? It's like all the people, like, during Hell's Greatest Dad who went, since when do Alastor and Charlie have such a close relationship? It's like, they don't, stupid. He's fucking with Lucifer. He looks directly at Lucifer when he says, you can almost call me Dad. You know, he's fucking with Lucifer. He doesn't give a shit about Charlie.
We really aren't getting any closer to...
Now, see, she interrupts him before he reveals what their actual grand plan is. We don't really know yet. Do we see the rest of this, conversation? Does anyone have the rest? Here we go.
Alastor. Sweetie. Pumpkin. I'm afraid that isn't up to you. Is it?
See, I thought that too. But I also thought
I love how him and Rosie are kind of frenemies. Like, they're very much working against each other and plotting against each other, but they also kind of like each other, and they're also kind of friends. I just like that a lot.
Little deal meant that I was the strongest sinner.
Yeah, she is exactly like his great aunt, like, oh dear, could you come over and do some chores for me? And then she adds on like 20 other things as he's there. Oh, could you do this? Oh, could you do that too? Now have some tea, dear. That's a good boy.
In all of hell. Yet here I am with the scars and a busted up staff that proves otherwise.
We don't know why he's depowered. Here he is saying, I have a busted up staff and scars. And he's mad at Rosie because she's the one who gave him his power in the first fucking place. His shadow is also, like, different from him. His shadow might represent the power she gave him. I'm not sure.
Oh, come on now, Alastor. You really thought being the most powerful sinner, which you are...
Oh, why'd it cut off there? Probably because that's only what the upload. Anyway, she does laugh in his fucking face. Oh, it's only Rosie. I just want the clip of her laughing at his fucking face.
Don't you know it's rude?
Oh yeah, here's where they go into his backstory. Oh, here, it's the scene I continued.
Powerful sinner, which you are, meant you can take on an archangel?
I bet Pinky was just sitting here seething, going, oh my god, this woman owns him and she's laughing at him for losing to Adam? How could she do this?
You're still as cute and stubborn as the day we met. Well, but I will. You were a...
Oh yeah, she's like, oh, I'm gonna tell your backstory anyway. And then she's like cracking up at the end about how he died.
Climactic.
Did you also notice she has, man-eater gin? You know, 'cause she's a cannibal. It's funny.
I'm sorry.
Oh, hilarious.
I love their contentious, backstabbing friendship so much. I love it so much. Anyway.
Left with even more questions than we do answers. Not because they set up those questions in a meaningful way, but rather just to get them out of the way. Because they don't know how else to share it. It just...
the whole conversation between him and Rosie and the whole song sequence tells you everything you need to know about their relationship, what Alastor's position currently is, why he's depowered, you know, why he's been helping the hotel, and it sets up that the two of them are working towards some larger overarching plan that we don't know yet. So this scene accomplishes a lot, actually. It delivers quite a lot of information to the audience in a very efficient way, and also gives us a taste of Rosie and Alastor's dynamic, which again, I fucking love so much. Yeah, Rosie is your sassy great aunt rubbing your failure in your face, and you can't do anything about it.
This feels like the writers want to have Alastor be this cool, devilish trickster, but never actually do anything to establish that. And
you praised his plan that gets him out of his deal with her at the end of the fucking season. Now you're saying it's bad?
So this one scene and song just comes across as pointless exposition rather than genuine progression. Honestly, there's a lot I want to talk about here with Alastor's...
I mean, it progresses the plot, it tells us who he's contracted to, why, what she's been having him do, what his relationship with her is like. I mean, what do you mean? She also knows Alastor is a trickster, and Rosie is a trickster too. Like, game recognizes game, that's their whole dynamic, you know? It's like how she sarcastically calls herself an honest woman in her song. Like, she is being sarcastic, you know? She absolutely is as much of a wheeler and dealer and trickster as he is.
Origin, but for the sake of keeping this video under 30 minutes, I'm gonna hold off for now.
You want to keep your video under 30 minutes? Why were you padding it so fucking much? This video would only be like 4 minutes long if you just stuck to your fucking points.
Until I actually make another video dedicated to Alastor.
Please
but
don't.
To wrap things up here, despite the poor start of this episode, seeing what Vox does with Alastor when he has him is legitimately funny. And it's interesting with their conversations because it actually adds more to the narrative and lets us know more about the character.
It adds adds more to the narrative when two men are talking, not when a woman is talking to a man who she has power over. All his scenes with Vox really establish is that they're bitter rivals, which we already knew, and we get to see Alastor manipulating him. That's about it. And don't you forget, you ain't won yet!
In a meaningful way, as it builds up their relationships and makes me want to know more about their history with each other. So once again, Vox.
Why couldn't you put this in the video that you already padded out? Why did you have to put a big wall of fucking text instead? Why do you always you can't just record more? It's not like you do things live like I do. Yeah. Essentially, Alastor and Rosie's dynamic is a complete opposite to Alastor's and Vox's dynamic, as one uses the interactions to build off what we already know, while at the same time pushes the narrative in a new direction with conversations that feel natural and not like pointless exposition. So her conversation with Alastor feels extremely natural. Alastor's entire backstory segment is so broken that I can't quite put into words how dysfunctional it really is here, so I'll try to explain it better in a future video. Then why did you even write this? Why did you even write this? I mean, earlier he said just watch Alastor's scenes and that's all you need, and that's a good time. So yeah, I guess he just blanks out when a woman is on straight. Did I die again? Did I F again? Still saying I'm good on my end. What the hell? I think the copyright box did a flyby of me just now. I better be careful playing clips. My bitrate didn't even go down, so I don't know what the fuck that was. Anyway, so no, I was like, I'm gonna put this in a future video. Why didn't you explain it here? Why didn't you explain it here? Like, what? I don't understand. Rosie and Alastor is Lily Kaiser x Psy, kinda, but you made me Alastor and him Rosie. That's an interesting choice. It was probably the copyright bot, so I gotta be careful, guys. I gotta be careful.
You saved the day. But in conclusion,
yeah.
What do these episodes mean for the rest of the season?
I said nothing and made no point, so in conclusion...
Well, it's going to be a mixed bag. Because when it comes to Heaven, the V's, and Serpentius, they are fantastic at continuing the story. But when it gets to the main characters, it gets very messy, as it still seems like the creators have no real idea for what it is they want to do with them. And so, it's an unfortunate disappointment, especially considering how strong the premiere was. But I want to hear what you peeps have to say. Comment down below.
You never want to hear what anyone has to say. You keep making these ass-brained opinions. Okay, so how it's a deal failed Alastor would be the next one. So let's take some supers in.
At Dr. Lizard Brain sent a super chat. Pink King? More like Stink King.
Ha! Got him! He has cuffs, right? He does have cuffs.
At Angle Draws sent a super chat. Just perfectly 360 degrees flipped my sandwich onto my bed.
Good job. Very impressive.
At Miss Jasmine 305 sent a super chat. He's ignoring that the whole reason Charlie invites them to the hotel is because the media is already talking badly about them off-rip. She doesn't do it maliciously.
Exactly. She's just too concerned about
At
herself and her own
sent a
thing.
super chat. Charlie was so stupid this season. Really? I thought she was pretty realistic. Especially since her actions were based off of how Viv reacted to her hate. At Sconsan Jam sent a super chat. Musical notes emoji. Shut up. You know that I love you, but that's enough of this spiral. Musical notes emoji. There's the arc summed up right there.
Yep, basically.
At Miss Jasmine 305 sent a super chat. Question to critics like this. How's Charlie supposed to deal with the media of hell smearing her name? If she ignores it, she loses. If she confronts them, they twist her words and she still loses.
Yeah, and that's the whole thing she was struggling with. Like, I don't get these people who are like, why doesn't the characters just act perfectly in every single situation and resolve things immediately like reasonable people? Because that happens in real life all the fucking time, right?
Ed Sharuvi sent a super chat, who wants to bet the real root of his problem is that he saw Rosie laugh in Alastor's face and God forbid a woman laugh at his special man.
I mean, I'm not saying that's maybe not part of it.
Tomato Soup Full sent a super chat. He's really just upset his Alastor-centric fanfiction based off the pilot isn't canon.
Yeah, basically, yeah.
At ActionFan19 sent a super chat. What's casual about Rosie talking to Al with condescension? She did that back in season 1.
Mm-hmm.
Ed Sharuvi sent a super chat. Best part of Don't You Forget is the part when she first says sit and stay and he actually stays still then gets real mad about it.
It's a lot of funny, like, visual gags
At
like
Miss
that,
Jasmine
yeah.
305 sent a super chat. Wow. It's almost like if you pay attention to the dialogue of the show you get explanations for things.
Yeah!
Funk. Woman shrugging emoji.
He does need things told to him, apparently.
West777 sent a super chat. He really just wants this to be the Vox vs. Alastor show. SMH.
Yep. An anime power scale variety type show. Yeah. So yeah, he thinks Alastor is the main character and his main arc should be beating Vox, which is not what the show is about, but he might think that's what the show is about because all he ever does is watch Alastor's clips, a lot of which have Vox in them this season. So, yeah, again, has he actually watched the entire show, or does he just watch it in clips? Do you even have an Amazon Prime subscription? Dude, I'm just kinda... No, I think the flamingos left. I think the flamingos flew off, as they got bored. So... He just wants his toxic
Hazbin
yaoi.
Hotel, it's a D.
Ah, okay, so now after praising Alastor's writing in making these deals... now he's gonna complain about them, I guess. So, here we go.
Hazbin Hotel, It's a Deal has to be one of the absolute best and absolute worst written episodes of season 2 so far.
I really trust your fucking opinion on writing, buddy, from all the things you've said so far. Also, what the fuck kind of plugin is this shit? What kind of transition is this?
But how can that be? How can something be both awful and good at the same time? Well, look no further than the stag himself, Alastor. Now, I've talked about Alastor a fair few times on this channel.
You gotta call him a stag. Now we know his real feelings about him.
And specifically why I believe he fails to be a good character. But today, I wanted to expand more on what I said in my most recent Hazbin video and take a look at two scenes in particular, that being his origin story and his backstory with Vox. Because ever since watching this episode...
Okay, well this is the long-awaited, promise video where he says what's wrong with the 30 seconds of backstory we get. Okay.
In particular, I feel like these two scenes perfectly highlight my frustrations with Alastor as a character. Oh, yeah. Those frustrations being the inconsistencies in his writing specifically.
The problem being you don't understand what kind of character he is, and you don't understand this show very well, and you have a hard time paying attention, and you only watch scenes with Alastor and Vox in it and want them to kiss.
Specifically. And how, in one moment, he can go from being able to command the room despite being captured to being a pathetic passenger in someone else's musical number. Point B.
Wow, the woman who he made a deal with before he even died, is a bit different than Vox, who he just made a deal with just now just to trick him. Yeah, Rosie is a bit more competent than Vox. I know you probably have a problem understanding that a woman could be more competent than a man, but Rosie is far more competent than Vox. Yes, that's, yes. She is also a trickster, much like Alastor is. Vox is not a trickster. Vox is a fucking moron. He's just a powerful idiot who made a lot of money. We have a lot of those in real life, too.
Point being, when the writers want to, they can make Alastor a legitimately great character. Not only someone who can be fun to watch, but also can be incredibly interesting. But for whatever reason, they still seem to be unable to take full advantage of his potential. So today, I wanted to take another look at these two scenes in particular.
Show isn't over yet. I mean, Alastor is very likely going to be the final boss of the show. I mean, he clearly wants to be the most powerful evil being in the universe, so it's very likely that Alastor is going to be the final boss, so you'll probably get your payoff then, buddy.
In order to figure out why one of them works and why the other one completely fails. But before we begin, I just want to clarify that these are just my personal takeaways from these episodes.
Yep, and they're all very bad and misinformed, and you don't pay enough attention to the show, and you're really bad at analyzing it and talking about it.
A few of you had a lot to say in regards to my last video, so let me be clear that just because I'm critical of something doesn't mean I'm shaming you for liking it. Just
because I'm critical of you doesn't mean I am kind of shaming your lack of intelligence and your media literacy, actually, so yeah.
Much of a fan as you guys, I just like to overanalyze stuff for fun. So if you disagree with my takes, that's perfectly fine. I, in fact, welcome any and all disagreements on my points, as I believe—
I welcome any and all disagreements, but if Reddit complains about my videos, I'm gonna make a whole video on it calling them dumb and stinky.
That's the best way in order to analyze something. So please remember that I only do this for fun, and if you disagree, that's—
I only do this for fun and YouTube bucks because I get lots of clicks from the hatedom.
Great. Screw cringe culture, be a fan of whatever it is that makes you happy.
And do that.
Now, you do whatever you like.
We can't condone anything of the sort.
No, we can't. Live!
Let's start with the controversial Alastor and Rosie scene. Now, on paper, this scene should have been completely fine. We get to see a brief glimpse into what Alastor was like before he died, how he got his powers, and who's the one that owns his soul. We're finally being given much needed context on who Alastor is, in a way that should be important. However, despite it sounding good in concept, the reason this scene struggles to actually deliver is because it drastically underestimates what it is it's talking about. Let's go back to the pilot. The whole appeal behind Alastor was not what—
No, let's not go back to the pilot. The pilot has nothing to do with the current show, and the pilot sucked! Let's find out what he likes so much about the fucking pilot, though, I guess.
Let's go back to the pilot. The whole appeal behind Alastor was not what we did know, but it was what we didn't know. The mystery behind where this powerful overlord came from, as well as why he disappeared for a few years.
No, he was just a Tumblr sexy man back then.
By being at the
Did he even disappear for 7 years in the pilot? I don't remember that being a thing. I just remember Charlie opening the door and going, oh, and shutting it again and going, the radio demon's here. I don't think he was gone for 7 years in the pilot, actually. So, and again, I haven't watched the pilot in like 5 fucking years, but I still think that's not true.
Top of his game. That mystery, that allure was incredibly enticing. Out of all the theories being made, Alastor's origin story was one of the—
You guys are right. He just made up a character in a show in his head. He made up a show in his head where Alastor was the star, from the pilot, and now he's mad that that's not what the show is. You guys were right.
The most engaging out of the entire fan base. Point being, this was something important, something that the series was surely building towards as it would serve an important role in the plot. However, despite all that—
He's not the main character. His backstory doesn't need to be some big, important reveal. He's not the main character. He's not even a main character. He is a supporting character.
That build-up and all that foreshadowing, it's suddenly just casually revealed in a conversation between the only two characters who know it already.
Okay,
and so not only is it majorly disappointing, but it ruins everything that's come before. For reference, imagine if—
Why? Why only the audience knowing things? Why is that bad now? You praised Invincible for the audience knowing things. The main characters don't. And now you're saying it's a problem here. Make up your fucking mind!
It ruins everything that's come before. For reference, imagine if Gravity Falls just casually reveals that Grunkle Stan's plan was to bring his brother back in a casual conversation.
I bet you were sitting there going, why isn't Grunkle Stan more like Omni-Man? Why don't we know all of his secrets right away?
Instead of a grand reveal that took a whole season to build up in order to achieve.
And these are main characters. Grunkle Stan is one of the 3 main characters of Gravity Falls. It's him and the 2 kids.
Imagine how not only boring that would be, but how unsatisfying it would be if all that build-up...
What you're saying would be more like, why didn't we get a whole episode dedicated to Seuss's backstory? Why didn't that happen? That's what you're saying right now.
Only led to the dullest reveal ever. It'd ruin all the momentum built up, as well as waste everyone's time. Because
what momentum? You are the one who thinks Alastor's momentum as a character is all that matters to the show. When again, he's not the main character, and you would know that if you watched more of the show than just all the scenes Alastor is in, and nothing else, and then hallucinated the show you actually want in your head. You know, like, Alastor's character arc is not the primary driving factor of the plot. Not by a long shot.
Because giving storylines like this the proper time and impact they deserve allow them to actually hold meaning. So, to suddenly drop important plot beats in a way
What else did we need to know? What else did we need to know about him? I mean, honestly.
It doesn't push the story forward or change any of the characters' relationships, not only takes away the importance...
It doesn't change the relationship to learn that he made a deal with Rosie before he died. It changes their relationship in the eyes of the audience, which is important. Yeah?
Of what it is you were trying to do, but also leaves a unsatisfying feeling in the audience's mouth, as instead of a grand reveal that's slowly built up, it's just a nothing burger reveal that does absolutely nothing. But ultimately, what makes it worse would probably have to be the build-up itself, as throughout Season 1, the need to keep Alastor and his past a mystery was for bigger moments like these, and with Season...
No? Most people don't seem to talk about their living life in this show. Most people do not reveal who they were as a human to other people. That, again, that's a vulnerability for someone to know that about you. And it was a big deal when Vox started blabbing that Angel Dust killed his dad when he was still alive. That was a pretty taboo thing for him to say, which Charlie didn't understand because Charlie's not a sinner. Charlie was born in hell. She doesn't understand what it's like to be a human on Earth. She has no idea about any of that. So to her, she doesn't realize what an intimate detail that would be to tell somebody else. You know? So, like, why would most people even talk about their human life or how they died? Most people would not divulge that information to others in hell.
2. Alastor has done absolutely nothing until halfway through the season. He's not been moving the plot forward, he's not been interacting with any of the characters, he's been needless background noise that for some
He's interacting with Vox, which is important because it's all part of his plan to manipulate Vox into getting declared the strongest in hell.
reason is now powerless. But we don't care. Because we've barely seen Alastor use his powers when he...
We're not supposed to care that he's powerless. He made himself powerless on purpose as part of a grander scheme. That's the important part. He purposefully offered himself up as a prisoner. Did you miss that part, that he offered himself up as a prisoner on purpose as part of his plan? He did it on purpose in order to get close to Vox and manipulate him. You know, keep your friends close, but your enemies closer. And then it all came together for him in the end, and he won. You know? So, what's your problem?
He did have him, so now that they're taken away, it changes nothing. And so when Alastor loses to Vox, it's not some shocking moment that has us on the edge of our seat. It's a boring event because, again, all we've ever seen is him do nothing.
Okay, so you are just ignoring that he deliberately offered himself as a prisoner in order to work Vox and get this larger goal of getting out of Rosie's deal. You completely missed that, huh? You're like, why did he lose the fight? That's not... I wanted to see him beat Vox in a big anime battle, which kind of happens toward the end.
So when we have nothing to compare him to, we get... It's like instead of seeing Thanos beat all the Avengers, we just heard that he was strong and cut to him being beat by Thor. we'd have no idea how strong he actually is, so we have no reason to care when he—
Oh my god, he really does only watch anime and superhero content, huh? And he expects every other show to be that way. Huh. Wow.
he loses. So the reason why this scene fails on almost every level is because instead of actually building towards and paying off Alastor's rich history, we instead just get lore dumped on within the
This scene does everything it is meant to do. Damn it. Okay, it's coming back up, it's coming back up, it's coming back up. Okay, I think we're good. This might be a RAM problem on my end, actually. I don't know. We good? We good? I think we're good. I think we're good. But, yeah. You telling me Pink King doesn't watch anime? I don't believe you. I don't fucking believe you, because he wants everything to work like an anime power scaling bullshit thing. He just wants it to be Jujutsu Kaisen. Yeah, he does!
first few minutes with just pointless exposition that changes nothing. It doesn't change any of the character dynamics, nor does it push the story in any meaningful way. It just dumps exposition, and that's it. So, if you do nothing, that's ultimately what we're left with. Nothing. Now hold on, peeps. Do you want to be featured in a video? Just like the lagging...
Well, I mean, last time you featured me in your videos, it was slandering me and, you know, stuff like that. So, yeah, let's skip his little stupid, plug in the middle of his boring-ass video. You want to talk about boring? You're boring, buddy. He clogged everything with his bollocks. Yeah, you're right.
Let's get back into Hazbin Hotel.
Oh, it's dipping again. Damn it. There we go.
But what about Alastor versus Vox? On the surface, this scene should be a dud just like the one before. There's no reason for us to care about Vox and Alastor's relationship beyond the fact that they just hate each other. This-
You, in the last video, you said their dynamic had moved the story along more than Rosie and Alastor's dynamic, and now you're contradicting yourself again. What are these videos? These videos are so pointless. You never make an actual point, my dude. And then you just contradict yourself in the very next one. I don't understand.
This scene should surely be a flop as well. But in reality, this scene does everything the Rosie scene couldn't do. It properly builds off what we already know in a satisfying way. It explains the lore through an organic method that makes sense, and it actually pushes the story forward through—
How did both scenes not do this? Both his conversation with Rosie and his song with Rosie and this scene, how did they both not do this? This scene is more to establish the whole thing of Vox touching people.
The character dynamics. Let's start with those dynamics. At first, Alastor is in a weaker position to Vox, as he's his—
And did you notice that Vox reprises Rosie's song? Even though Alastor is not anywhere near as obedient or intimidated in his reprise of her song. So, yeah, that's kind of an important detail, but you don't appreciate musicals or how they work, so you wouldn't notice that, I suppose.
Prisoner. However, once their relationship gets brought up, and we see how they became enemies, the dynamic slowly switches, with Alastor over Vox, as he uses their history together in order to get in Vox's head and manipulate him through his insecurities, literally being able to speak despite Vox's attempts to silence him.
And he can't do that to Rosie, because Rosie is a trickster like him, and probably a much more experienced trickster, but, you know, a woman can't be better at things than a man. That makes the scene fail, I guess, according to him.
And it gets to a point where we think Alastor is going to easily break Vox here, like he's done countless of times.
Vox
but suddenly, on a dime, Vox reverses the roles by not falling for Alastor's bait, and instead playing off Alastor's ego by—
What do you mean he didn't fall for the bait? That was him absolutely falling for the bait right there. I'm gonna risk another copyright flyby. It's the very end.
Now you finally have me, but you still rely on others for your power.
Says the hypocrite who also relies on someone else for his power. Yeah, yeah, he absolutely falls for the fucking bait. They're baiting each other here. They're both rage baiting each other here. Okay, I'm just gonna play the very end. I love the gravel Amir puts on that one. Yeah, picture two people rage baiting each other. Alastor in service of his larger plan to get out of Rosie's deal, and Vox because he's just an egomaniac who wants to convince himself he got a W.
I fought on this bitch. No more.
Oh my god, Christian Brawl is so fucking good! But yeah, he is absolutely falling for Alastor's rage bait there. Alastor sees that he can get him worked up, and he uses that from then on. You know? Yeah, they're both being kind of stupid here. But every character is kind of stupid at some point. And then of course we have to get the last part in.
You two should just fuck already. What? Am I wrong? And can I film it?
Yeah, we just had to get that last bit in. But, oh yeah, it's so fucking good. Yeah, it's the two of them both rage baiting each other, but Alastor is testing what drives Vox crazy, and even though he is putting himself in a lower position here, it's in service of winning over Vox in the end. It's a come-from-behind victory, so he's pretending to be at Vox's like, whim in order to get his wider goal, you know? Well, not really pretending. He made the deal, so he can't actually do anything to Vox, but he knows he's got to get out of that deal eventually. So he's just biding his time. Because he knows with Rosie, he dances along to her song, he does what she says, if begrudgingly. With Vox, he's just biding his time. He's not even playing along with anything, you know? And that's the difference.
Affirming who's in control. This not only shows us these characters—
He's letting Vox think he's in control, but he's not. You know? That's the whole point.
By reaffirming who's in control. This not only shows us these characters' view of each other, but it's constantly pushing the narrative while at the same time providing much needed backstory and how they came to hate each other. It's that constant shift in power dynamics that not only keeps us engaged, but it constantly builds tension as the scene goes.
Yeah, it was a shift in power dynamic from the audience's perspective to find out that he was indebted to Rosie. You know, that changed their relationship in the eyes of the audience, and we saw a little bit more of how they are alone together. Because we never really saw Rosie and Alastor interact alone before. So now we got to see what they're really like face-to-face by themselves. And we can tell there's a lot more tension there than you might have realized at first, and then we find out why, because she's the one who owns his soul, and is the one telling him to go help the hotel. So both scenes, both very effectively deliver the information the audience needs to know. So, again, the only difference is one has a woman in it. So I'm wondering.
Goes along.
A woman who is in control of Alastor, yeah.
Until we reach the end where Vox has finally overcome Alastor by beating him at his own games. As just like before, we saw him fail to do so, to now we finally—
It's not beating him in his own game at all. What do you mean?
We reach the end where Vox has finally overcome Alastor by beating him at his own games.
How? Do we need to watch that scene again? How is it at his own game? He literally just tricks him. He literally just tricks him.
Now who are we killing? And can I film it?
Anyway, he literally just says, oh, hey, this is boring fighting each other all the time. How about I become your prisoner? And all you have to do is let my minions go and not lay a hand on Charlie Morningstar. And Vox is just like, oh my god, really? Really?
Wait, That's it?
That's it. Pretty enticing, isn't it? Think of the headlines.
I just had to have the Christian Borle noises there. But yeah, this is not beating Vox at his own game. This is feeding into Vox's ego and tricking him because he's a dumbass. This is not beating Vox at his own game. Fucking, this isn't Vox's game at all. Vox is playing checkers while fucking Alastor is playing 4D chess. You know? He's not even playing checkers, he's playing Connect Go. You know? Oh wait, I meant to go back to Pinky's video.
As just like before, we saw him fail to do so, to now we finally see him overtake him. I really love this scene because it conveys so much without ever needing to drag itself out. It understands that in order to make this hatred engaging, it has to be layered, with their shared history only adding—
How is it layered? How is it layered? All it is Alastor drunkenly laughing at his face for thinking they're friends.
And then you went and ruined it.
He's the asshole here, honestly. I mean, they're both assholes, but Vox seemed like he was pretty meek after getting to hell, but yeah. I mean, how is this layered?
As partners.
Oh, you're serious?
Yeah, this has layers, guys. It's very deep and layered, unlike the scene with him and Rosie.
Oh, come now, Vox. I knew you could be pathetic at times, but I didn't realize you were so weak.
Yeah, it's just him bullying Vox. How is this layered? It's like, oh, now we know why they hate each other. What does this tell us about— I don't think Alastor ever liked Vox, and he was annoyed that Vox was constantly putting his hands on him. That's as deep as it goes.
You need—
Oh, I was trying to get the meme. I was trying to get the meme shot. There we go. So, yeah, the whole scene is just Alastor bullying Vox and laughing at him for thinking that they could be partners. And Vox having his heart crushed and being bitter about it ever since. So, yeah, I don't think Alastor ever actually liked him. And he always was annoyed by him putting his hands on him, and I fully believe that Alastor is petty enough to be angry for 70 years about Vox constantly touching his shoulders. I truly believe he could be that petty. He doesn't really need anything deeper to hate somebody. He really doesn't. He really doesn't. Like, how is this deep? I don't understand what your point is.
Adding to the moment, with their past being the established stage, and the present being the new stage as Vox flips the switch on Alastor. This is actually some really interesting and intelligent writing, and all it took was two characters having a conversation, which not only proves that you can have them be interesting without them just being exposition dumps, but if you write—
I'm only interested when men are talking on screen, and when Alastor and Vox are on screen, why can't they just be the main characters of the show? I couldn't pay attention when there was a woman talking, so it's not a good scene.
The dynamic's good enough, it will actually evolve the work rather than hold it back. So, in retrospect, what does all of this mean? Well,
I don't know, because you never explain what the fuck you mean about anything!
Well, a few things, but most importantly, the clear lack of understanding towards who Alastor is as a character, because they've proven to be more than capable of making Alastor not—
You are the one who doesn't understand Alastor as a character. You have a fundamental misunderstanding of this character, his role in the story. You want him to be the main character, but you also want him to be Omni-Man for some reason. And no, you never actually fucking explained what you meant by that.
towards who Alastor is as a character, because they've proven to be more than capable of making Alastor not only interesting, but a highly engaging character. But for whatever reason, they seem to constantly be stumbling over themselves with him. Now, as for when you're seeing this video, I'm releasing it while Season 2 is still ongoing, so they—
Okay, so Okay, he was making all of these before Season 2 was even over. Which is probably why he can't say much and just kind of trails off and goes, okay, subscribe to me for more garbage. You know, like, it's you who doesn't understand this character or this show, and you just watch clips of Alastor and daydream about the pilot, and daydream about him being the main character in a Mary Sue who just kills everybody in his way. And that's a you problem. That's not a problem with the actual text of the show.
Still have an opportunity here to redeem Alastor's character and make him much more interesting. But for now, I'm not very hopeful. But if they do actually succeed in turning him around, I will be more than happy to be here and make another video praising it, because I believe in fairness.
Well, see, he believes in fairness. His next video, Broken Mess, Hazbin Hotel's finale broke me.
If they do bad, I'll talk about it, because there's—
I think when he says redeem him, he means redeem Alastor in his eyes as a powerful character. He doesn't mean redemption as in the concept in the show. Which he really should stop doing that, because it's a confusing statement.
It's a lot more to learn there. But if they do good, that's also something worth talking about.
If they do good,
but
except I don't understand what kind of show this is.
What do you think of It's a Deal?
I think you don't understand that the show is also a comedy. He's like, the show wants us to take it seriously. It's like, really? The show with all the sex jokes and the Looney Tunes shit. Yeah, it has some serious scenes. That doesn't mean everything that happens is supposed to be serious. I don't understand how he thinks, like, the Alastor bullying Vox scene is, like, deeper than his scene and song sequence with Rosie. I don't get it. Except he's like, a woman was talking. It was a bird talking on screen. I couldn't pay attention.
Are you a fan?
He was probably talking about lipstick or a period or something, I don't know.
For this episode, or were you as puzzled as I was by these dynamics? Let me know what you guys think down in the comments below, and if you enjoyed
I'm sure you're the only one puzzled by this. You and anyone else who doesn't actually fully watch the show.
This video and want to see more breakdowns just like this, then be sure to like this video and subscribe. But with that, peeps, it's been the Pink King here,
Stop saying
and
peeps.
I will see you all next time.
And he is really, like, drawing out these fucking videos. Why is there a dinosaur in your credits? And again, does he actually know how to upload... Does he know how to upload thumbnails? Or does he just put the thumbnail in the video so he can pick it through YouTube? I'm very confused by that. Unless he just wants to show off his art. Or I think he either drew this or it's a screenshot edit. I'm not sure. Anyway, and okay, and now we're gonna get to his video about the finale, and then maybe if my connection doesn't die, we'll rewatch the Hazbin Hotel pilot and try to figure out what the fuck Pinky even liked about it.
So...
Also, who said my drawing is sus? No, it's Alastor doing the train scene from Invincible with Pinky here because of his insistence on comparing Alastor to Omni-Man. It's just a shit post I'm drawing just to post on YouTube because I didn't really have much else to showable today. So there we go.
That's it? That's how it ends? Really? Hazbin Hotel.
Yeah, it was a pretty good ending too. In fact, I have a video on it that you should go watch after the stream.
Well, Season 2, Episodes 7 and 8 have finally released, and with it comes the end to what is a massive Season 2. Now, as you might remember, I thought Season 2 had a really strong start, fumbled a bit in the middle, but the big question on all of our minds is probably, was this finale able to send this season off with a bang?
It was.
Was Season 2's finale able to redeem the stumbling?
I mean, literally a bang, because there was a big ticking time bomb at the end
of the rest of the season? Well, sadly, no. This finale, by all accounts, is all over the place. In fact, after watching it twice for myself...
It probably felt all over the place to you, because you only watch the scenes Alastor is in, and you don't watch the rest of the show, and yet you think that will lend you understanding of the series as a whole. And this seems to be a problem with people like Lily. This seems to be a problem with a lot of Zoomers, where they think they don't have to, like, totally watch something completely in order to fully understand it and, you know, make some kind of commentary on it, which is stupid. So, maybe we can put it on 2x speed, just for mercy's sake. And because I don't know when my connection is gonna fucking die again. I think I'm gonna do supers in between. I'll do supers after this video, and then I'll watch the Hazbin Hotel pilot just for funsies, and if I have to finish this off screen, I will, and I'll just post it in my YouTube posts.
I believe this ending is a perfect example of everything that went wrong with Season 2, with baffling writing decisions, questionable character moments, and a cliffhanger that's more confusing than interesting. We need to talk about Season 2's finale and how exactly it all went so wrong. Hey guys, it's the Pink King here, and after a long road—
I put him on 1.25 and he just sounds normal, it's amazing.
we finally got in here, a finale that by all accounts should have been an absolute hit. Because you see, there was actually quite a lot in here I did enjoy and felt was pretty strong.
I mean, it was a hit, it had millions of viewers, so...
I actually enjoyed this finale more than the last few episodes we've been getting. Like, the songs, once again, are a lot of great tunes. Even if there are a few of them that are essentially recycled, it was still a lot of fun to listen to the music they had on.
Pinky, it's called a reprise! Oh, they recycled the song! Some of the tunes and the lyrics are similar! Yeah, it's called a reprise. You don't know how musicals work. Which is a common fucking problem with the Hatedom. It's called reprises and leitmotifs, you fucking idiot.
Last few episodes we've been getting, like, the songs, once again, are a lot of great tunes. Even if there are a few of them that are essentially recycled, it was still a lot of fun to listen to the music they had on offer here. I really did like Sir Pentious as well throughout these episodes. His talks with Seraphim and how he reuses Charlie's "It Starts With Sorry" line, while corny, made a lot of sense for his character and worked really well. Another thing that worked really well would have to be the animation. They really saved some of their best visuals for this finale, and it shows, with the fight scenes being a real highlight in particular. And of course, Vox was endlessly entertaining to watch. His performance—
Of course you like the big fuck-off anime fight scenes, of course he did!
His animation, his backstory, his songs— it's clear that the team's favourite character to work with was Vox this season, and it shows with just how well they managed to turn him into a spectacle. And again, they do a lot of things here that really should have been a guaranteed slam dunk, but the moment you put an ounce of logic behind them, they fall apart completely.
Oh yeah?
Okay, let's get into some of the negatives now, starting with just how moronic they made the characters, not only in this finale, but in the entire season. I used to remember—
the characters always have idiot moments. That's the humor of the show. A lot of characters have idiot moments. I don't know if that's what he means, though.
Seeing someone else point this out on Twitter, that being as fun as Vox is to watch, it really should have been easy to stop him. But the only reason it wasn't was because instead of adding to Vox, they instead took away from the main characters. Like Lucifer. What's the deal with him not being able to harm sinners? Get out!
He's not a main character, and it makes perfect fucking sense.
Not being able to harm sinners, get out of here with that. That has never been established before you showed it, and also makes no sense. How—
yeah, you remember how we were talking about earlier about how shows sometimes, want people to infer things? Fucking Lucifer was always very avoidant, would never get himself involved in problems with sinners, just chose to lock himself away from them and ignore them. And did you ever think about why that was? It was perfectly set up. Because then he tells Vaggie he can't actually harm sinners, and suddenly it makes sense. It makes sense why he can't intervene. It makes sense why he just locks himself away and just ignores all the problems, because there's nothing he can do anyway. And it's part of his punishment as the fallen angel, as, like, the main fallen angel. You know, it's part of his punishment as Lucifer, as the devil, you know? He even says that. He says that out loud. He tells that it's a punishment. So, it makes perfect sense. And they had to nerf him somehow. Because having him just able to come in and just, like, vaporize anybody who annoys his daughter, well, there'd be no show. You know? There would be no fucking show. But it was completely set up, because then That's what I felt when we got to that scene of him explaining it. I was like, oh, that's why he locks himself away making rubber ducks. Okay.
How come he can't harm sinners, but he can, oh, I don't know, harm angels? Surely it would have made more sense.
Yeah, because angels aren't in hell, for one thing. And there seemed to be some kind of pact that got broken when Adam attacked Charlie. His mask glitched there for a second, and all of a sudden, Lucifer could come in and harm him. So I think some kind of pact was broken. I think Lucifer might know more about where Lilith is and why Lilith is away than he lets on. Because he showed up right after he would have been able to harm Adam. So, that's kind of interesting, and that might be another thing to keep in mind for future seasons, Pinky.
Sense for him to not harm angels instead of sinners. That would have been a more fitting punishment in my mind, but again, they never establish it. They never give a reason as for why. It's
a punishment. Let's just watch the scene. And Lucifer explains why he can't hurt sinners. Like, you want them to tell you, and they tell you, and then you just ignore it.
Hi, coming! Coming! Just a minute! I'll be right there. I wasn't doing anything weird, I swear it! Oh.
Okay, I just wanted to show that part. Let's get to the part where he actually fucking explains it. Yeah, here we go.
A little secret. I cannot smite him. No, it's kind of part of the whole hell thing. You see, it isn't just a place, it's a punishment. And mine is that I'm stuck here with all these sinners, can't kill them, can't do nothing with them, so I just have to ignore them. They are all mega gross, and not a single one of them has good taste in musical theater. But
it's a joke because Jeremy Jordan was in The Great Gatsby, so he has the Great Quacksby. Love it. But yeah, he, like, totally explains the whole deal right there in, like, 10 seconds. Not even 10 seconds. 5 seconds. Like, what's your problem? It's because you only watch scenes with Alastor in them and you don't listen to anything else, do you?
Sounds dumb, because it is. They never try to justify why that is outside of the plot needing it to happen. Like, I'm sorry, but Lucifer, freaking...
It's part of his punishment of being sent to hell. You know how they blamed him for hell's creation and sent him down there? I mean, and fucking, even later, Vox says, they chained you down here. You know? Like, yeah.
Lucifer, the king of hell, casually falling for the most obvious trap in the world, has to be one of the dumbest things
Well, again, that's how Lucifer is in this series. Again, people are like, well, they don't write Lucifer right. What the hell way do you write Lucifer right? He's a made-up character. He's not even biblical. He is literally a made-up folk character. You're gonna write him any damn way you want. I think it's refreshing to have this sort of ditzy Lucifer. I like it.
Needing it to happen. Like, I'm sorry, but Lucifer, freaking Lucifer, the king of hell, casually falling for the most obvious trap in the world, has to be one of the dumbest things I've ever seen. And
I mean, it's like Lampshade. It's like Lampshade. He's an idiot. He's a moron. Like, just watch how easily it is to catch him. All you had to do was call him in Charlie's voice and say, I'm here at this location, Dad. Come help me. And the idiot he is,
my daddy loves me. I'm the best dad ever. Best dad in hell. Best dad ever. Amazing dad.
You're surprised that this man fell for, like, a fucking Looney Tunes trap. You're surprised this man was easy to capture. Really. This guy. You had any faith in him at all?
Every day is Father's Day with me, yeah. Charlie! Charlie!
It even takes him like a few seconds to realize he's been captured. I love this bit.
Dad, this isn't a prank.
It's a takeover.
Hey, wait, you're not Charlie.
I love that little pause where he has to think for a second. Hang on, let me go to my clips real quick because I did a funny thing in my Hazbin video with that. I'm very proud of this edit. Let me find it real quick. Where the fuck is it? This must be one of my newer ones, huh? Oh, here we go. He's a genius. And he doesn't even realize until Vox shows himself that it's a trap.
Wait, you're not Charlie.
He's a genius. And he does. I'm just very pleased with that little dial-up noise I edited in there.
Lucifer isn't all there. But holy crap. Also, I don't know if it was just me, but the writing here was so infuriating because they set Vox up as this unstoppable villain, but the characters somehow make things even harder for themselves because they're
How is he set up as unstoppable? Like, earlier you even knew that his plan to take over heaven was stupid and was not going to work. Like, I don't get anyone who thought that he was actually going to be able to take over heaven. Obviously that plan was never going to work. His entire plan was, line go up and then I'm God. You know, that was his entire plan!
Idiots. There was a really easy way to fix all of this. This entire season's issues could have been completed without their grand master plan in the finale. And if you can resolve the conflict of your story in an easier way, then you've not made the conflict strong enough. Because answer me this, if they need to prove to hell that Sir Pentious is alive to prove that redemption is possible, then why not bring him to hell? Now hold on, peeps. Do you want to be featured in a video?
They told Pentious in heaven that they can't allow him to do that. Emily directly tells Pentious up in heaven that, well, 1, he's not allowed to. 2, they then shut heaven down from any other realm. So nobody can leave but the Seraphim. So, yeah.
Just like Mr. Snappy, Vivziepop.
It's kind of like how sinners can't go back to Earth and can't leave the Pride Ring. People from heaven can't go down to hell. You know, it's like mythical afterlife stuff, you know?
Let's get back into Hazbin Hotel. Think about it. Really think about it, peeps. All this time, we've seen the angels be able to open portals into hell, so why not open one of those portals and bring Sir Pentious down to hell?
Because it probably wouldn't work for him, just like if a sinner tries to leave the Pride Ring, they're just blocked. They can't do it. They work on, like, mythical creature logic, where there's just, like, fundamental things in their nature that they just are incapable of doing. You know? Like, I don't know why you're struggling with this.
Only could Vox not be able to say it's
like the mythology about how if you throw a bunch of seeds on the ground, a vampire is just compelled to pick them up, or how, like, you gotta do certain things to avoid fairies, you know? It's like that, you know?
Fake because he'd be right there for everyone to see, but it would mean that they wouldn't have to resort to doing all the crazy shit they had planned. And the most infuriating part about all of this is that despite that being so obvious, they never give a reason as for why they can't do it. There's no scene explaining why they go, oh, redeemed souls can't go to hell for reason, da-da-da-da-da. There's no...
But they still tell him he can't leave. Like Emily directly tells Pentious he can't leave and can't go down to hell. He even tries to build a rocket ship. Not a rocket, she tries to build a drill to go back to hell, and it doesn't work.
Scene where they address why they can't take Sir Pentious and bring him to hell. And so again, peeps, if there's a really simple and easy solution...
All you need to know is that it's not possible. Why does it need any other explanation besides that just winners can't traverse the realms and go down to hell? That just seems to make sense. You know, why would they be able to?
That is never once addressed or made clear why the characters can't go down that route. Then it's bad writing. Because all this time, you know there's a much easier solution here that they're just ignoring entirely, because if anyone used their brains for even a second, they would—
They told you it's not possible. What else do you need? Why would winners be able to go down to hell? That doesn't make any sense. Why would they even want to? You know, Pentious is probably the only person in heaven who wants to go back to hell.
Would have been able to see it. Again, they do all of this just so they can make Vox look stronger. They don't add to Vox in order to make him seem stronger. They just take away from the main characters, because if our characters
No, Vox is just a dumbass the whole time. He's just a powerful dumbass. I mean...
clueless, then surely Vox will look smarter, right? Also, while we're on the topic of writing, what the hell happened to Lute? All season, she's been building up as an important threat to not only the hotel, but hell itself. She's desperate for revenge, but once we get to the finale, she's so irrelevant that even in her own scene of trying to get revenge, the scene's not even about her. It's about
Yeah, well, Abel is the new leader of the army. That's her whole problem. She expected to be the leader of the armies after Adam died, but no, it got given to his waffly, his waffly weak son Abel, and nobody around Loot takes her seriously. Sarah doesn't respect her and Adam. She doesn't even like that she had to agree to the exterminations and is now questioning even doing that in the first place. So nobody around Loot respects her or listens to her, and she's slowly going crazy. Obviously, she's being set up again for future stuff. But this is my thing, too. I'm like, okay, so should we just not have had Loot in the season at all? And then all of a sudden she'll be a major villain in, like, the next season or two? Why not keep up with where this character is and what she's doing? You know, that is good writing, to actually keep us up with where this character is, what her motivations are, and what she's planning to do. That's a good thing, instead of just, like, ignoring her completely this season, and all of a sudden in season 3, she's like, aha, I'm the villain now, you know? It's like, no.
Abel? Which again begs the question, what was the point in having her? What was the point in having the Gravity song? What was the point of all of this if it's going to amount
to advance her character? Why does she need a conclusion at the end of this season? Why can't her character just be advanced forward for now? Why is that a bad thing? There's going to be more show? This is what I keep having to say to these fucking Hatedom kids. There's going to be more show. You know? So, like, it's not done yet.
to nothing? Now, I know what some of you are probably saying. Well, they're saving her up for the next season, just be patient.
Yeah.
Except if that was the case, then why would they set her up in the second episode? If it was supposed to be for next season, that'd be something you establish, oh, I don't know, in the end of...
I don't know, why was Stade gone in the second episode, and then Vox was the main villain of the next season? You ever think about that?
the current season, get something for people to look forward to in the next season, not at the beginning of the season you're currently on, because it's...
She had an arc this season. Why is that a bad thing? It wasn't a huge arc, it wasn't a concluding arc to her character, but it was an arc.
Instead of getting us hyped, you tease us. Oh, you thought you'd have 2 interesting villains this season? Scratch that. We lied to you. Now be happy with your Valentino.
Why do we need 2 villains? You really want this to be a superhero show or an anime. It's like when they, it's like when they make a superhero movie and they put too many villains in it, like a bunch you didn't need. And you could have just focused on one of them.
Sorry for himself scene. Yeah, I'm sure that'll make up for it. Again, peeps, there is no defending this. Because it's not just here or there, it's throughout the entire goddamn finale. Like Baxter. Remember how we saw him go on a marvelous journey from evil inventor to a...
Okay, Baxter I can't argue with because, the only thing he actually did this entire season was get them into the Vox building. he got them into V's tower. He didn't actually accomplish much else besides rooting for Nifty against Velvet and hacking. So he hacked Velvet's phone and he got them into the V's tower. That's about all he did. So yeah, I can't really argue that he was a bit of a Baxter ex machina, but he was also kind of a fun character. So I can't the joke I found fine was him saying of course I'll help you. You fold my sheets exactly like I requested. That was a deliberate anticlimax, so I'm like, okay, fine. Fair enough. But yeah, I saw a video pointed out, well, he didn't actually make the connection to Pentius's broadcast. It got blown up before he could, so he didn't actually do anything there. It was all Pentius. I'm like, oh, you know what, you're kinda right, actually.
Beloved member of the group. What? You don't either? Well, me neither as well. Again, they say he had development, but we never fucking see it. It's all off screen. I still don't know who Baxter even is as a character, and now I'm supposed
to- He didn't have character development. He was kind of just there to be a Deus Ex Machina. Why did you expect his character to be developed this season? He was just introduced. What?
Believe that he's grown close to the main characters? Are you kidding me? You've never-
And Nifty decided she likes smart boys more than bad boys.
shown any of this. If it sounds like I'm pissed off, it's because I am. They had the perfect opportunity to create a strong, engaging narrative with 2 interesting villains, some cool ideas, but the weight of their own ambition once again fails them. Because there is...
Or the show's not over yet and Loot is going to be in subsequent seasons, and because she's going to be in subsequent seasons, why should we not keep up with her character at present? Why should she not be in the story to some degree? She's a good foil to Abel as well, who was also just introduced. So
They're in such a rush to get to the cool things that they just set up things without justifying any of it. They never allow time for any of these events to have meaning, and so it just ultimately feels like they forced 2 seasons of content into one and didn't bother to justify any of it.
What? If they had 2 villains, that would feel like 2 seasons worth of content jammed into one. This season had much better pacing than the first season. It was much, much, much improved. And again, Season 2 made me, like, an actual fan of the series. I love Season 2 to bits.
To put it into words, this entire season feels like they were so preoccupied and excited by the idea of whether they could do something, they never once stopped to think whether they should do something.
Okay, so instead of quoting Jurassic Park, can you tell us what you're even fucking referring to? Like, what parts of the narrative are you even referring to? The video is almost goddamn over. Yeah.
And as a result of that, we get characters who have been lobotomized, wasted setups that lead to nowhere, and an overload on half-baked ideas that it feels like a—
Examples? Examples? Any at all? What are you even referring to? Besides, I wanted Luke to be a villain. She's the only female character I want to see on screen.
chore trying to keep up with what's—
I want my baddie who loves misogynistic men. She's the only female character I tolerate. If she's attracted to Adam, she'll definitely be attracted to me.
going on. Now, is it the worst thing in the world? No. There's still a lot of things to enjoy here that I imagine you guys would like. I'm probably in the minority of people who had a major problem with it. In fact, I'd still rather take all of the issues in this season over uninspired Disney remakes or AI slop any day, because, you know, as much of a fuck up this is,
Explain!
at least they tried something. You know, they tried to go big or go home, they just couldn't find where home is.
Explain what your
And
fucking
so,
problem
all
is!
I'm trying to say is, this season feels like a creator too in over their own head.
He's not even explaining what his problem with it is. I wonder if he even watched it. I expected this to be complaining about Alastor's deal or whatever, but no, he's not even... Did you even fucking watch it? You're being so vague.
With so many ideas they want to do, but none of the discipline to make it work or hold back on certain elements. It feels like exactly what it is.
This dude who makes boring-ass slop videos that make no point and go nowhere thinks other people need discipline.
A creator's early creation being a failure, and maybe, just maybe, a sign that Vivziepop isn't quite ready to handle projects of this magnitude. But
This woman is incompetent, according to me, a man who can't even follow her show well. He's not part of the Hatedom, though, guys, and he's definitely doesn't have any biases against women. None at all. None.
big question is, will she be able to learn from these mistakes and grow as a creator? Because that's the most important part. You can make as many mistakes, but it's what you do after those mistakes that—
You're not even saying what these mistakes are or what your problem is. You're just saying, oh, the ending was bad and they made mistakes. This woman who has a show that's #1 on Amazon Prime and runs another show that was successful and got on Amazon Prime, she doesn't know what she's doing. She doesn't know what she's doing. That bird should get back in the kitchen and listen to me. For fuck's sake.
matter most. But what do you guys think? Do you agree with my initial opinions here, or am I talking crazy to you? Let me
I
know
think
what
you're
you
just
guys think
talking
down in the comments
crap.
below.
You never accomplish anything with these videos. What are you even saying? Like, you didn't even tell us in detail what your issues are with the ending. I don't even know what the fuck you're talking about. All you said was, Baxter wasn't developed. Luke should have been a second villain. Because there wasn't a second villain, it feels like they crammed 2 seasons worth of stuff in. I won't elaborate how, or say what my exact issues are, but I'll just say it's bad, and woman don't know what she's doing. What's the point of any of these videos? I honestly expected these to be a little bit more crazy than they were, but he says nothing every single time. He says absolutely nothing. How are these popular other than just, you know, the Hatedom is just gonna click on anything and praise anything that says Vivziepop bad, you know?
And if you enjoyed this video, then be sure to like it and subscribe. And best believe, I'm not done talking about Season 2 just yet, so expect more stuff in the future. And until then, I'll see you all next time.
Did he even talk about Season 2 again? I only saved his Alastor videos. Much like him, I was only watching his Alastor clips. let's go to his account real quick. What's he talking about? He did a Hell of a Boss video, which, you know, I'm gonna have to get his ass for that someday. So did you ever talk about Season 2 again? He does Digital Circus, if you guys want the same kind of quality for Digital Circus theories. Hell of a Boss, Knights of Guinevere, let's see, Hell of a Boss again, Hell of a Boss, might have to do his Hell of a Boss videos someday, Hell of a Boss, Hell of a Boss, Hell of a Boss. When the fuck did you talk about Season 2 again? Probably never. There he is, the biggest problem with Black is just he said retarded, I'm sure. Yeah, it's the biggest problem. No, that was his last one on Season 2. That was his last one. He said absolutely nothing. He said absolutely fucking nothing. He also made he made his own animatic. Let's watch this. Let's see what he thinks Hazbin Hotel should be like. And then I'll do supers, I promise, after this.
You're afraid. Of you? Of death, my dear boy.
Oh my goodness.
That's your Alastor impression? I am not well impressed, sir.
And again, you don't even have the voice changer. Most of it's like him talking afterward and not the fucking animatic. Okay, let's go.
You're afraid. Of you? Of death, my dear boy. You're the last of E.
You and I were supposed to be the last. Charlie asked for a savior, but settled for a slave.
I suppose we're both disappointments.
Because that's how Vox talks. Already, you're not rating these characters very in character. And we see how he wants this show to be super duper direly serious all the time, even though it's a fucking comedy.
Suppose we are.
Why, Charlie is odd.
Why does Vox sound like Batman?
She thinks redemption and damnation are somehow opposites, and tries to control what was never her decision to begin with. But there's grace in her failures. You miss that, as always.
This is my special animatic where my favorite male character badmouths the female main character, and I wish he was the main character. I'm not sexist, though.
They're doomed.
Oh, yes. But a thing isn't entertaining because it lasts. It's a pleasure to be amongst them.
You're unbearable.
Well,
I am Hell's strongest sinner.
He wants him to be like the pilot, this edgy
Hey
boy.
peeps, I hope you enjoyed that. And yes, before you ask,
I didn't. So yeah, he pads this out for like another minute. So, yeah, okay, maybe that is okay, Alastor writing, but that didn't sound a thing like Vox. I'm not talking about your impression, I mean, fucking, yeah, this is not how he would talk at all. That's not his character voice. I thought you knew things about basic writing fundamentals. Anyway, I'll leave it on this screen while we do some supers. And then we'll watch the Hazbin pilot, just for the fuck of it, just to see what he likes about it so much. Let me put some music back on.
At Junos Power sent a super chat. Alastor's also my favorite character, but God forbid the man have an air of mystery to him.
Yeah, right? I love Alastor. He became my
At
favorite on my own
ActionFan19
chagrin.
sent a super
Besides
chat.
his horns.
At least he didn't call him a Wendigo like everyone else boneheadedly does. If anything, he more resembles some depictions of the Jersey Devil, a carnivorous steer monster.
Yeah, he's not supposed to be anything like a Wendigo, because Wendigo having deer antlers is a very recent, contemporary, Western, white pop culture invention. Wendigo are not deer head people, they are skinwalkers. They usually look like humans, or maybe zombie-like humans, but yeah, that's a very recent invention that they have antlers, so when people try to go, oh my god, Alastor racist cause Wendigo, they're like basing that on pop cultural shit made by white people.
At the Master Clockwork sent a super chat. Rosie Aura attacks.
Oh, do it as Rosie? Aura, Alastor. And he's like, never do that again.
At Evie Tomato Soup Full sent a super chat. Pinky and Artist both claiming to overanalyze lol.
Yeah, when they underanalyze, he doesn't even make any points.
At
It's
Big
weird.
Freak sent a super chat. Alastor attacks.
Okay, hang on. They switched to the voice changer.
Ara.
How is that?
At Sharuvi sent a super chat. I want the Sue's arc.
Yeah, we need a whole arc for Seuss. We need his tragic backstory, obviously, or Gravity Falls is badly written.
At Evie Tomato Soup Full sent a super chat. No, this is actually killing me. How dare he complain that Alastor was mysterious and not like Omni-Man, and now he's complaining Alastor is obvious and not mysterious like Frank for its existence.
He's constantly contradicting himself.
Sent a super chat. Pink King, why is it Alastor the main character? Crying face emoji.
Do his fans watch his videos? They don't not notice how much he contradicts himself?
Sent a super chat. Pink might be the first person I know of who watches Hazbin exclusively for the fight scenes and nothing else.
I know, it's so bizarre. I mean, firstly, I liked the anime-ass fight scenes in the finale. Of course I did. I'm an old taku. I'm an anime fan. I liked the anime-ass fight scenes. And the show does play very well in Japan. But it's not a shonen battle anime. The fight scenes aren't the point, you know?
At Vacuasimpered3481 sent a super chat. Vox was wiping his ass with Al in this scene.
Which one? The first fight or the last one?
Vacuasimpered3481 sent a super chat. Your drawing is kinda Seuss.
Yeah, no, that's what was over. Now he's about to put him in front of a train, alright? A real kind of train.
At the Master Clockwork sent a super chat. This man is in dire need of a battle yaoi.
Yeah, that's what he really wants. He wants Alastor and Vox battle yaoi.
At Balonic111 sent a super chat. You know, for a guy with compound eyes, he really can't see things coming.
That's a good one.
At Vacuasimpered3481 sent a super chat. In close-up it looks like Hal's giving Pink BS. At Sharuvi sent a super
He's
chat.
asexual.
Was he just sitting there during When I Think About the Future wondering why they kept copying themselves?
I don't know. And like he didn't say anything about the final big fight between Alastor and Vox. You think he would, so it sounds like he didn't even watch the finale. But he made a video because he knew it was gonna get clicks, you know?
At Miss Jasmine305 sent a super chat. Nifty got her standards raised. She doesn't just like bad boys. Now she likes smart bad boys. Sparkles emoji. At Juno's Power sent a super chat. Nostalgia critic voice. Explain, Pinky. Explain.
Explain, Pinky! Explain! There you go.
At Super Easy Walker sent a super chat. Hey Pinkin, get in the kitchen and make a sandwich emoji.
No, you see what you say to men is go outside and grill me a steak.
At Miss Jasmine305 sent a super chat. Did he forget the season only has 8 episodes? Having 2 main villains who bloat the season so much.
He's just talking bullshit, that's what it is!
At Plasmamu sent a super chat. Why is he doing Age of Ultron?
Is that what that was from? Did he not write that dialogue himself?
At Balonic111 sent a super chat. These two sound like Jin Arc anime characters.
Yeah, it's surprising. Somebody in chat claimed he's never watched anime.
And
Bullshit!
777 sent a super chat. The animatic is a parody of Avengers Age of Ultron.
Oh, okay, it is Ultron. I only watched that movie once, and I thought it was pretty bad, so I don't really think about it much anymore.
Sent a super chat. It's like he heard Rome and decided Vox should sound like that all the time.
Rome. It's the only part of Braider he's listened to.
At Super Easy Walker sent a super chat. Angel Dust Aura attacks.
Oh, how do I do that as Angel Dust? Hey, Husk. Aura. I don't know. How do you do that in a New York accent? Aura, mama.
At Tyler Preston 699 sent a super chat. Oh brother, this guy stinks.
He sure does. Oh brother, this guy stinks.